Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Play the Game, where we are playing A Sea of Spears, our Song of Ice and Fire RPG. Um, Hi, it's kind of been a while, and it sucked. But before we go into that, I'm going to start with a request of any fans that are listening, and that is that we have lost the episode prior to this due to my computer issues, which are why I was down. Um, we did not save it on time from Twitch, so it has fallen into nothing. We do have like our filler episode of out of character meta talk conversationy stuff, but not the one
So we have the
before
bad one.
I'm
Well, thank you
sure
very
it's
much.
great.
It's not bad.
It was
So-
fine.
If anybody just happens to have saved that last one, that would be cool. We're gonna recap what happened in character, like before we really kick off. But first things, I wanted to just ask if anybody has that. Please reach out to us. We're on our Discord. Shoot us a message here in Twitch. Do what you got to do, but just let us know if you happen to have that, so that it can get saved. So what happened was I was upgrading my PC so that I could stream more stuff, more better. So new motherboard and new processor. And then the motherboard was bum and did not work. And then part of troubleshooting on that motherboard and plugging and unplugging and plugging and unplugging damaged my old power supply. So I just had no computer for 2 weeks while waiting on all kinds of stuff. So we got some replacement parts. My old PC is put back together in my new case without all my swanky new stuff, which is all on boxes here within arm's reach. So I'm ready. Once the last replacement part comes, I'll be upgrading and I could stream more betterer with a little more processor intensive games and stuff.
More betterer.
More betterer. So yeah, it was a really awful 2 weeks of not being on a computer machine, which is my work and my play and my socializing. And I missed you guys. I missed the people that watch me stream games. I missed my co-stars on A Sea of Spears. I didn't miss Felicia. She still hangs around me a lot in real life. She's kind of a groupie. But yeah,
I
it
live
was-
here.
right?
Started following the group around one day, and
she
you just
moved.
gave up kicking her out.
She moved in with me, you guys. It's a little weird.
Wow,
Sometimes-
groupie.
Sometimes
Advanced
I think
levels.
she watches me sleep and stuff. It's a little creepy. So, but yeah, like I genuinely missed all this, and also I missed everything else that I do on computers. It was the most I felt.
Do you
Like,
ever use a
isolated-
computer outside from this?
Yeah, just very occasionally. But it was like the most 2020 I've
Nerd.
felt. Yeah. Because for the rest of it, 2020 has meant not going out and gaming once a week, and that's been it. But then suddenly I was like, oh no, I can't work or research or talk to my friends or anything. Why should I get out of bed? Like, for a couple weeks. I was
You
just
see, the
like,
rest of us, Rusty, had a lot of other shit going on too in 2020.
right? Yeah, you know. But so it was an interesting couple of weeks, but I am very glad to be back. And I appreciate Ash and Robert and Erica keeping something happening a few weeks ago when this all first hit. And I appreciate you, gentle viewers, for coming back when you got this go live notification and the beacons were lit and we called for your aid. And here you are to watch the next episode. So just want to let everybody know that that downtime was entirely on me, flying too close to the sun and trying to upgrade my computer. And we all had to pay a terrible price for my hubris. But we are back. And it's good to be back, heading back to Westeros, clawing our way out of the streets of Night City, and coming back to the streets of Westerosi political shenanigans. So we are going to kick off midweek here in the tourney with kind of the start of day 4. And scheduled events for today are just jousting and the archery finals. So we've got some kind of free time for socializing. We've got a couple of extracurricular events that are planned that people are going to work on their kind of final invitations for and figure out who's going to hang out with some hawking and some hunting in the next few days. But yeah, so it's a day that's exciting for the archers. Things are still ramping up for the joust, like that's continuing to get more and more open and active. And then we've got lots of stuff for our PCs to be up to, figuring out who they want to hang out with and invite to hang out with some more. So let's kick it off. Let's go oldest to youngest. Felicia, who are you? Who's your character? And what are you up to in your little start of the day montage?
I didn't know I needed to come up with a montage. It's a lot of pressure to put on a lady.
A song included. Legit song.
Oh, no. Spammer in chat.
Yeah, I'm dealing with it.
All right. Okay. What I have is... What was she doing? All right. Today, it's again, she'll be getting up early and... Oh, wait, no. Was last night the night that we played the games and stuff?
I believe so.
Okay, I don't get up early in Sparta today because we were up really late playing games, and we're good to go. So I will sleep in, and I will wear I can't do both air quotes and hold down the button for talking, but simple outfit. And be, in sandals and casual for today. It's hot. We're walking around in the sun, and I expect there to be lots of horses and sweaty men. So we're good. That's it. Really, I don't have a lot planned for this morning except to be cool in all meanings of the word.
Gotcha. That's fair. I mean, and it's also not terribly unexpected for the Lady Reyna, firstborn and heir to Wyvern's Rest, etc., to just be cool.
Be cool.
How about her younger by? Are we down to nanoseconds? Because I feel like
If only we could measure such short times in Westeros. There is not ample measurement systems to describe how short of a time the gap between our births was.
yes.
I believe some maesters refer to it as the incident where they thought we were coming out at the same time, but my leg got out first, and that's how they determined it. So
yeah.
poor mom, of course.
Wow.
May she rest in peace now after that.
Some say the second twin is the more patient and therefore noble twin.
Have you met Bela?
I said some. I didn't say it was me.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it only makes sense that the younger one should get out first because they're so immature and impatient. That they were in a hurry. So I guess technically, the one that spends more time with mother is actually older and more bonded to family.
Maesters
This
were
and
very
the other
unclear.
alternative theories of family lineage.
They seem very confident until you push the maesters a little bit, and then they sort of stumble over their words a little bit. They have yet to yield to my theory, however, so time will tell. This morning, however, Bela is getting ready for her day of jousting, but she has something else on her mind as well. And as she's
Oh, yeah.
preparing and getting dressed in her gambeson and eating a small amount of food, uh, you people around can see her pick up a training spear and a training sword and confidently march like she's on a mission looking to find someone.
She has found a
Oh.
mate. She must now challenge him to the death. See if he's worthy.
Oh no.
So we'll pick up with Bela stalking with purpose towards the courtyard. Next in line, what about Luke Karras, the eldest brother?
Yeah, Luke is awake relatively early. The sun is up and not setting yet, so that's pretty early. A little bit of morning wine, a little bit of grooming, bathing, shaving, trimming, just
Landscaping.
manscaping. Nothing out of the ordinary. Well, he's putting more effort into it than normal, so I would say it's a lot of the ordinary.
No.
But he's in a fairly good mood, and he probably is only burned off, I don't know, 80% of his taste buds during the whole pepper eating contest, the legendary battle of the dragon peppers. And he's looking forward to the day. It's gonna be fun, whatever happens.
That's
except for the part where he has to maybe talk to some ladies' brothers. That's not gonna be fun. And
Oh.
avoid that as much as possible.
Yeah. All right.
You know, many noble heroes have actually just fled Westeros for noble reasons.
Noble heroes fleeing Westeros.
Brave Sir Robert.
And then the youngest and perhaps shrewdest of the Nymerian siblings. What is Addam up to this morning?
I mean, you say that, but I make a lot of really bad decisions.
You're still learning. You're young. It's okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, right, so, do you want a recap of what went on in the last episode, or do you just want what Adam's doing, immediately?
Kind of what you're up to this morning, like your little start of the day montage.
Well, Addam will be getting himself dressed in some of his very carefully planned finery, and is finally hopefully writing the last of many drafts of a letter to Harrenhal.
Ah.
And hopefully getting that sent away before he comes down to join everyone.
That is entirely up to you, whether or not that is the final draft, or rather up to Addam, or rather up to your and Adam's anxieties. But yes.
Out of character, I have written it many times over. It's changed multiple times throughout the last since I began, because that's been the most difficult thing to write so far.
And they all say you up, huh?
No, none of them say you up.
Oh.
You up?
Yeah, actually, be wild you or just you? Nah.
Well, also just in the various kind of discussions I've had, my position on what the contents were going to be has changed, kind of back and forth quite a lot. So, but I think I'm at the last. I think it's ready to go, basically. So.
All right.
Yeah. So that's what Adam's doing, getting all gussied up and finishing his letter, and getting that sent away, and then going to observe the the next events.
All right, that is quite possible. The Maester is just fine with taking that letter, and he certainly promises in his grave old man voice that it will be well taken care of, and you do not doubt that Maester Elston will see it sent. And he actually carries it. I don't want to say like it's physically heavy. He's not like play acting it, but like when he sees where it's sent to, like he can tell it's important, right? So he's like, oh, okay. Like this isn't something that he pockets and is like, I'll get to it later, right? He's like, oh, it's one of those. All right. So yeah, so it's good stuff, and you know that it will be taken care of with all due care and haste. And so, after our little intro to the day montages, now our previously on, our little recap here. Last episode was the writing contest, where Elias Sand managed to eke out a win, lunging up from behind to take it from Edric Dane and Maya Stone, who had been bounding ahead, kind of back and forth depending upon the terrain. Maya Stone again, looking terrifically comfortable in the saddle as she rides, and being very comfortable with stony and steep terrain. Like she did well in those parts, and her kind of haphazardly haircut, shaggy mountain pony, that she air cooled for Dorn by just hacking away at some of its hair here and there. It had a lot of wind to it, so she did really pretty well. And then, of course, that Starfall steed with young Lord Edric on it was right there as well. But then at the very end, the Lady Lance herself, Elias Sand, managed to just narrowly lunge ahead in the last straightaways and take the win. But it seems like everybody had a pretty good time. They were exhausted because they were all in the saddle for a while.
Somebody remind me, what was our prize for the riding contest? I believe it was a flying steed from the Danes.
Yeah, Starfall.
There was what I have in my notes still is 400 gold dragons, a very nice horse from the stables of Starfall, and 6 barrels of Luke's favorite year of the house vintage.
That I have no memory of this, but that sounds right.
It's a,
I don't either.
that's a good prize package, to be honest.
It's really sizable.
400 dragons? Did we really give that much away? Jeez.
Yes. We spent a lot on this tournament.
Ugh.
400 seems like a lot.
I'm beginning to think, don't let the boys of the house decide how much money to pay people.
I mean, there is a pattern emerging, isn't there?
See, there seems to be a little bit of one, yeah.
Although, I mean, to your credit, you're only half as bad as Addam. Well, no, 400 is actually a little less than half, so...
The point is that there's definitely a trend.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a fun event that everyone came back from just kind of exhausted, and then everybody just kind of took it easy. The rest of like the afternoon after that.
We had a spontaneous pool party, remember?
Yes, because the Nymerian kids invited all the hello, my fellow teens, and just took all the sweaty, exhausted teenagers.
You know, technically our parents aren't home.
Right? Like that's why Bruce Wayne parties all the time. So, sorry, quick segue, because I'm a monster. But I saw a YouTube video that was just called, like, 25 things Miles Morales can do that Peter Parker can't. And I just wanted to be like, hug his parents.
Oh,
And I felt bad. But that was the first sentence to pop into my head as I was scrolling
Sad,
through YouTube.
but true.
Like
you
that
are
was,
a monster.
I know.
Well, I think all of our siblings can relate to that because we also cannot. So it's just like Batman and Luke Skywalker and Rey Skywalker
and Peter
on,
Parker
on,
and yeah
and on.
and yes.
Which Twitch though?
And to be
Batman,
fair,
Parker and
Miles did lose a parent at one point, but there was some universe rebooting shenanigans. It's a long story. They're back.
Yeah,
They're
it's
good.
different stuff, but it's just I thought it was fun because I'm a bad person.
No, that's a good point.
you're not a bad person. Just a mean.
25 things Peter Parker can do. 1, legally buy liquor.
Yeah, like
That's such a sentence.
so you guys, because the Nymerian siblings just kind of drifted away from the joust, including, like, that means at least one champion was gone. You know, it was just like, oh, the joust is done. That's fine. Also, it's hot in the afternoons here in Dorne, so the knights don't really mind that they get to go away and change out of their armor. And like, okay, cool. Okay, that's cool. Dorne, everybody's a little chill here, basically.
A little bit more naked than normal.
Yeah. So everybody was kind of fine with the unofficial cessation of hostilities for the day of the joust, just kind of leaving off early because all these squires and maidens and stuff were coming back, and so many horses needed seeing too, and all that good stuff. So it was kind of the end of the day there. Prior to that, we did have some activity on the joust field. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Rusty. When we get back to it, could we just kind of review who is currently the seated champions of which houses, etc.?
That's where this sentence was going.
Okay, perfect. I just want to double check.
Open your impertinent mouth.
Ah,
and
fuck me.
Stop me.
Damn.
I should have just known. Yeah, I just want to make sure we hit it because I personally can only reproof you.
Yeah. So currently we have the Lady Bela, who had a pretty busy day, breaking a couple dozen frickin' lances in some hard-fought matches, but she is still in her champion seat. Lord Bryce Caron is in the seat Lucaris once held, and he held it against Lyman Goodbrook and Roland Storm. Sir Oris Waters, unhorsed Renly Baratheon. There's no reason that you guys were paying any particular attention or feeling particularly anxious or anything like that. It was pretty easily overlooked, that whole joust. You guys barely noticed. So Sir Oris Waters, Oris the Aurochs, is in the third champion seat, sitting next to Sir Parman Crane, who is the one that finally unhorsed Velena Toland in a show of
Equality.
Feminine chivalry-ness, and that he respected the customs of Dorne enough to fight a lady, and was knight enough to give it his all and eke out the win. And then Lyle Crakehall, the Strongboar from the Westerlands, holds the final seat. He was challenged by Sir Ryan Illyrian, a plucky Dornishman, I say plucky because anybody that challenges the strong boar is kind of plucky by default.
I think I'm gonna challenge him.
And yeah, so Ryan Illyrian gave a good go of it, but the strong boar maintains his seat. And then, like I said, after that, it was just kind of an early end of the day because then there was the archery semifinals and then the ride. And the ride took so much time and left so many people, so tired that was kind of the end of things. And so, on day 4, slated events are just continuing joust and the archery finals. Because the schedule is entirely up to you guys, and we didn't, tell viewers in advance what it's supposed to be, and because everyone's operating on Dornishman time, do you guys want the archery contest to be when? Like, do you want to keep that at kind of high sun, or did you want it to be earlier since it's the finals of archery, like start the day with the big event, or it's really entirely up to you lot how you wanted
I like the idea of closing a day out with the finals of an event, just as like a professional MC master ceremony. I think that's the better plan.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure.
Let's keep it like the last thing of the day.
Raina waves her hand and I goes, whatever.
Plus, I prefer not to see it, Elia, like with 4 men draped around her arms in the middle of the day.
If it's too early in the day, she just arrives carried by oiled up Dornishmen, fresh from her bedchamber.
Something to be said for her choice of living.
So yeah, okay, then we will allow for jousting until we feel the lighting is right in the late afternoon for the archery finals.
Golden hour.
So, yeah, well, whatever. Maybe a little before that. Yeah, archery towards dusk sucks. But there we go. So we have a full day of jousting before us. Anybody want to step up before NPCs do? Because remember, things are kind of starting at Nymerian o'clock. So if you guys are wanting to do things before that, you can. I know Bela was planning to pick a fight this morning.
And I want to track down Bela. So
okay. So it sounds like everybody was kind of heading towards the courtyard-ish. Because I know Raina was drifting in that direction.
To observe.
And it's always easy to end up in the courtyard because you could be going somewhere else across the courtyard, So yeah, let's just say everybody, all you PCs that want to be, can be somewhere in the courtyard as Bela steps out into the sunlight through a hallway door and strikes pose for a moment and then does what?
I walk over to where practice and training weapons are, grab a spear for myself and a sword, because I don't know that we'd have maybe we'd have clubs or something like that, but grab a sword.
Sword is still a fine default weapon to give a knight, and it's not like he's bad with them. He's just not renowned with them.
And since I don't have any armor, I'd rather not my skin be sundered and destroyed.
Here's a practice morning star. Oh God, it hurts more. they're just blunt enough to tear instead of stab. So yeah, it's fine. And you can see Balin Swan actually just hanging out with Red Ronnet Connington, who is up early this morning and looks hungover. Red Ronnet is visibly dunking his head in there's always there's big barrels of water that people dunk their heads in medieval settings. He's doing that. And he's looking, his pale, ginger, hued skin is looking a little green around the gills. With that pale skin that tends to come with red hair. He's looking not super great. And Balin Swan looks like he's being the kind of good-naturedly smug friend that's not as bad off. Right? Everybody's, you know that friend. It's like, listen, I'm going to hang out and make sure that you don't feel even worse this morning. But also, I'm just going to look mildly I told you so-ish. That sort of thing. So yeah, he looks like he's just kind of hanging out and trying to help Red Ronnet get his head on straight.
Okay. I walk up, tell him about 5 to 10 paces away, and I say, Sir Balin. Trying to get his attention.
Good morning, Lady Bela. He turns and
I toss him the sword without even asking or anything, and I say, shall we warm up this morning? As it's like in the middle of the air and about to strike him if he doesn't catch it.
He does not gracefully grab it by the hilt as though a practiced move, but he does catch it instead of it bouncing off of his head or whatever. He just kind of reaches up and grabs it, by the blunt, blade. But it's a decent catch, but it's not like fucking Luke Skywalker nimbly grabbing it by the hilt and ready to go. So he catches it and then kind of quirks an eyebrow. And he looks less surprised than Red Ronnet, who is still about 2 seconds behind the world, right? He's still in that stage of hungover. You guys may recall the last time you really saw Red Ronnet Connington was him losing to a Dornish woman in a joust. So you suspect he was drinking rather heavily because of that, and it looks like now he's paying for it. So yeah, he's because Red Ronnet is there playing catch up, Sir Balin looks less surprised, right? Because he's got a hungover, exhausted, sleep-deprived friend next to him that is gawking comically. Sir Balin looks absolutely quick on the uptake and reasonable. Right? Sir Balin kind of, he adjusts his grip on the sword and gets a proper hold on it. And then his lifted eyebrow just falls back to normal and goes, it would seem that we shall warm up this morning, my lady.
Right, and then I move to engage, less in a friendly warming up and more in real combat with blunted weapons.
Gotcha.
Sort of maneuvers.
The first thing that Sir Balin does, as he's backpedaling and bringing up his guard, and because the sword is all he has, he is holding it in a proper two-handed grip, and using it surely on defense. The first thing he does is shoulder check Red Ronnet Connington out of the fight and away. I don't want you to get hit. I don't want you to throw up on anybody either. So he just kind of gives him a bash and then backpedals, parrying and blocking, and looking perhaps mildly surprised, but because he's focusing purely on defense, he is able to fend you off, but it's while giving ground.
Right. So then I back off just a bit to let him sort of process that this is maybe a bit more than a simple warm-up. And then I will goad him by saying, come on, are you going to swing that thing? He's just gonna
like-
just gonna
it's like-
block.
I think maybe she already warmed up. Is his thought bubble? Like, this is not a warm up. She already stretched and everything, right? Like, he's like, so he'll as you're goading him, like he keeps his blade up and between you and ready, but you can tell his eyes are kind of darting around just a little bit, taking in the nearby area before he advances. And he advances on you in a way that if you backpedal and defend, you're moving towards a more open area of courtyard, right? So he's not, he's not trying to unchivalrously hem in the spearman like towards a stable or whatever, but like B, he's also trying to get you guys kind of out into where there's space, and you're not gonna smash a passerby or knock over that barrel of water, or so he's being kind of doubly chivalrous, but then when he lays in, he is swinging pretty hard. Again, it's not his favored weapon, but partially just because of how knights are trained. There's not many knights that are bad with a sword, and certainly not many with his fighting skill as like an out of character stat. Like even a little bit of sword specialty goes a long way. So he does warm up in that first combo coming at you. He's not shy about using his size and strength over you to kind of make up for this not being his favorite weapon. And seems to be a good sport about it, and he's maybe not bantering, but he's like, all right, if this is what she's in the mood for, I guess okay, let's do this. Like I'm not gonna get beat up by my girlfriend in front of everybody. Like if she wants to hit hard, then we can hit hard, I guess. So he's leaning into it and getting into the spirit.
Okay.
So we're clear. Bela is not using the Valerian steel spear, right?
That is
Spear.
correct. This is a practice
Okay.
spear. It's just wooden stick.
And I wanted to see if this was her testing him or murdering him, and this is clearly a test.
If he dies, then he's worthy.
Well, if he
Yeah.
dies of this, that definitely tells her something, I'm sure.
So Bela is just gonna like keep it up with an actual fight. So her plan was to kind of have an actual fight with blunted weapons, and then whatever the outcome is, so when she's going to give him the answer. So I don't know if you want to do just like a single combat roll to decide the outcome or not.
Fight.
We could do that as our kind of abstraction of things. Give me 1 second as I find the right document.
Yeah, I'd like to, if possible, found where Bela is and just watching this amused as well.
I have a feeling he is going to defeat me in this.
We will see. So he's got
Rada,
bonus.
she wake up hoarding today or what? What the hell's happening?
Just watch. Look.
Like, first off, why do you expect Rada to know that? Like,
No,
there's not
yeah,
that, kind
twins.
of, that kind of show.
Just wait. Just wait. All become
I didn't
clear.
expect her to have first-hand knowledge. Just that's an empathetic feeling.
All right, so do we want to just kind of compare totals?
Yeah, I think that'll
Basically?
be easy
All right.
enough.
What is Bela sitting on as the aggressor?
Bela has a 13. Yeah, I kept a 2, a 3, a 3, and a 5. So
Oh, ugly.
that's how it goes.
He has a 14.
Oh wow!
So yeah, he seems to be warming up and getting into the spirit pretty well. I will leave it up to you because that's not even, like 1 point is not huge. So how do you picture the fight ending? Like, how much does Bela need to be losing before she will break off hostilities, or how do you picture it going with him edging ahead by just that little bit? He is fighting on your cue, right? So like when you stop, he will stop, etc., etc. So basically, your call here how this is going to unfold.
Okay. I'll say that Bela has just put in a very strong overhand attack that Balin blocks with the sword, and then she pulls around the backside of the spear, trying to hit him in the torso. But he maneuvers the sword in a way that she wasn't ready for, and just manages to dislodge it from her hands, as the wooden staff has sort of gotten a little bit slick in the sweat that's been generated through the
Fucking
fight.
phrasing.
So he is able to disarm you, and then the what would be fight-ending blow had it landed, he actually reverses the sword as part of that disarm, and swings it like an axe or a club, with a murder stroke from the hilt, which is a not uncommon technique, which is also a sign of, hey, this is me pretending that I'm actually wearing gauntlets, and
Yeah.
this is me pretending that you're actually wearing armor. Like it's a sign of taking it seriously. So he ends up kind of half sorting it to pull the spear away from you, and then slides his grip up, and what would be kind of a baseball swing murder strike to the head is what he's got like wound up. And then he freezes there and just kind of lifts an eyebrow, like, all right, is she about to pull a training dagger from a boot? or like a training sibling is gonna jump at me from so he kind of stops and is just like are we done? What's going on? I don't know this game.
I don't know.
He's like, I don't know what this,
I don't know what the rules are here.
right? Like
12 archers fire at him now.
Training arrows.
yeah, units of Nymerian archers start firing.
I let out a big laugh, and say, "Well fought, Sir Balin. As you may remember, a couple months ago, we were fighting in a cave, knee-deep in the remains of the butcher and his bandits, and you asked me for my hand in marriage. Today you will get your answer, and that answer is yes."
All right, let me think here, because he's not. I'm trying to hit a line between because he's likable but not particularly charming. So, like my initial response was gonna be like a dry. I seem to recall something about that, but I'm like, no, that's not Balin-y.
That's Han Solo.
Yeah, he's actually just going to be serious then, and he is going to, like, while you're talking, adjust his grip on his sword, and kind of hold it like point down, and wait, and then as you finish and you say that the answer is yes, he makes a big show of holding it by the blade and offering the hilt of his sword to you, saying, "Well then, my lady, my blade is yours, and the rest of me."
No.
So I'll grab the
Wait,
hilt in symbolic gesture, and then just like lay it up over my shoulder.
They're hip cocked.
Huh. He might actually survive this family.
He has very good odds.
Uh,
So happy.
and then
I
by
knew
that,
this ahead of time. I'm just saying it right now.
because you guys are both like pretty good fighters with decent endurance stats, yada yada, in the abstraction, like a fight would kind of take a while. So you definitely had people going like, wait, we're riding Quintain over there, and like the squires are padded up and fighting over there. What's going on over here? So it was enough for like the morning hustle and bustle to stop, to some extent. And it's not just the Nymerian siblings that are standing and watching by the end. And so, a moment after Bela cocks her hip and strikes a pose, Red Ronnet Coddington comes lunging into the frame from the side, and he is a smaller dude than Balin Swan. Balin is pretty noticeably, big and burly. Red Ronnet Coddington is not small; he's just more like average, right? But he gets his arms around Balin, like low on the hips, and is able to heft his feet, like up off his feet. And it's like, 7 hells! If I'd beat Tolan yesterday, I'd be wed. Maybe I got off lucky after all. Or maybe you did. He says, giving you a good-naturedly appraising look, enough to get a good-natured swat from Balin, who is by that point, his composure is broken, and he is like sheepishly grinning as it just hit him what happened. And yeah, because everyone of you is watching, you lot also see, 1 second, I just forgot a name. Ralph and Bruce Buckler, being egged on by Beric Dondarrion.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
The Bucklers of Bronzegate have grabbed that barrel of water and are rushing
Oh no, it
towards...
was Chekhov's water barrel.
Yep. And they are rushing towards Balin from behind, Gatorade cooler style. Are any warning? And Bela certainly sees it also, because they're coming up from behind him. Are any warnings forthcoming, or do you guys let this happen?
Yes, we let this happen.
All right.
Well, I do. I let it happen.
Being unable to react quickly, I will choose not to react at all.
The Addam takes no part.
Bela, you giving him a warning or anything?
About the water incoming?
Yeah.
Nah.
All right. I didn't think so. I wanted to give everybody a good faith opportunity.
Feel bad about it later. It's fine.
And yeah, so it takes those last couple steps of them rushing up on him, and then you can see that Red Ronnet was holding the hug just a little too long in order to keep Sir Balin in place, and then he kind of shoves himself away from him and gets clear as the barrel is upended by the burly bucklers of Bronzegate, who have brass buckles on blue. I'm going for all the B's. One of them is named Bruce. But yeah, so they upend the bucket to a rousing cheer from people around the courtyard. The handful of ladies that were up and walking around this morning, a few of the maidens are out and like watching the squires fight. Eleanor Tyrell is, of course, watching her beloved fiance. But yeah, so there's squealing of appropriate shock and oh my, that would never happen in the Reach, right? From maidens. But yeah, the spirits of the courtyard in general are all lifted, as word then also spreads quickly through the crowd of like what happened. Like what was all that talking about? And And then a couple of the maidens are like,
Oh.
and so stuff like that. Um, and yeah, so everyone's cheering for Balin or Bela. It's hard to tell, maybe both, because you do have that unfortunate alliteration. With the
I
names
warned
Bela.
her.
Yeah, I should have picked a different good guy knight to be a good guy knight earlier in the campaign. But yeah, so the spirits of the courtyard in general are lifted by the distinctly Dornish woman courting ritual of swordplay, and then some romance, and then some rowdy Stormlanders egging on their bro, and good stuff, good stuff.
Just about perfect, really. Congratulations!
Oh, thank you.
I think you've made an excellent choice.
I do
And
too.
I, for one, look forward to further adventures.
I thought she was had her heart set on Orin Waters.
Oh, please.
Heart set on him to depart.
Right though? I mean,
See, now would be the time for him to like saunter up behind you.
or have you just decided that Elliot can have that one?
That's fine with me.
She clearly has a type.
I mean, her type.
Does she?
Her type is whoever she wants. Like she has not had a type over the years. It's just been whoever has caught her eye. Some of them might have thought that they would be, marrying into also becoming the knight of Sandstorm Tower.
The typing anybody who will leave afterwards.
Yeah, just whoever will pick up the hint when she loses interest. So she has not really had a type. But yeah, Orain Waters was not lurking in the water barrel or anything like that. Wherever there is waters, I am there. No. And the Grey Steel is
So like weird sea, like weird old mystical sea captain.
yeah. He just, and,
Cursed in having every body of water, no matter how small.
And the Greysteel is not there making anything awkward either. Garth Greysteel just seems to not be up and out, and he could still be. Some people are, doing more tourney fieldy stuff. Where they're warming up out on the tourney grounds, so. But yes, neither of your other would-be suitors are present and making anything.
Lucky.
Well, that's a damn shame.
Yeah. So yeah, looks like things
I'm
went
jealous of that part.
pretty well. And then Balin is sputtering at the water, and in good-natured cheer, rushes at Bela for a hug.
I want to shoot Balin my absolute meanest, most intimidating looking, like what the fuck face.
He does not seem to notice. He's busy hugging his new betrothed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good sign. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if you'd stop or if you'd continue.
So yeah, just good cheer fills the courtyard, and you think perhaps for a moment you see Grandfather's silhouette in the window of his solar, but it could just be a trick of the light.
It's a cardboard cutout he has for exactly this occasion. I'm going to my scowls are turned to a laugh and a smile. I'm going to approach the two. Balin.
Yes. Good morning.
I would hope.
It's a little bit still in shock about everything, and yeah.
Well, congratulations. I think you two are actually quite great together. There's 7 shine blessings upon you.
Thank you, brother.
Of course, sister.
He offers a warm handshake.
I'm gonna
after shaking his
yank-
hand off a little bit. Kind of
Yeah.
dramatically does this a few times, and then reaches out to offer. A
I'm gonna yank him, although he's a pretty good sized guy. It looks like tiny, but he's not huge. So, but I'm gonna turn that into like a hug.
Aw. Aw.
He looks a little surprised by that, almost comically so over Luke's shoulder. Reyna and Addam can see, but then he gives a broad-shouldered shrug and returns the hug.
Just accept it. This is what you're in for from here on out.
You're just stuck.
We're huggers.
Are
I'm
we?
gonna pat, and I step back.
I mean, Luke certainly seems to be quite keen on.
Luke's a hugger,
Yeah.
and this isn't anybody. We already fought several battles with this guy.
That's true. That's true. He isn't just anybody.
Yeah, we'd already kind of adopted him.
Definitely.
And I'll lean into Bela for a moment. Well, Bela, I was going to ask you if I smelled okay, but I'm not sure you can smell anything after all that sweat and fighting you just did. So I clearly came down here for nothing.
Yes, nothing, brother. Thank you.
That was cold, like.
You know, if I thought there was any reason you shouldn't be with him, I'd have said it earlier. I think you made a good choice.
Thank you.
Definitely.
If you ever need me to kill him, let me know.
Yeah, I guess if Uncle Oberyn or all of our cousins are unavailable, I can ask you.
Wow.
I studied Uncle Oberon for a few years. I didn't pay any attention, but I think I got the gist of it down.
I wasn't really paying attention, so I totally got it.
Just make sure
Yeah, some
you
stuff.
taste.
Just
Just make sure you taste it before applying it. But make sure it's still potent.
Please
Fight,
don't.
fight.
What's
I'm
Addam
very happy
up?
for you.
Yep.
That's all I had to say. Sorry.
What's Addam up to? He's being awful quiet during all this.
He's just been watching with interest.
Okay.
I suppose
Just making sure you.
We'll join in with the handshaking and congratulating, but that's about it. He's not trying to pull focus in the moment. This is Bela and Ben.
He's over here like cutting his own like arms, like pay attention to me.
Would not be doing that.
I know, but just the visual I had from him when you said he won't pull focus.
I know he's quite
Maybe-
emotional, but like it's not suicidal.
Well, no. I just pictured a super dramatic version of Addam that was like, okay, don't pay attention to me. Fuck this shit.
I think that like if he was going to do something like that, I don't know, he'd like faint or something.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Yeah, when you said he was going to pull focus, I had the opposite view because it struck the mind. It was real funny to me, so I apologize.
Well, that's okay. That's all right.
It was
No,
amazing.
I'm behaving at the moment.
And what about the Lady Reyna?
She's vaping.
I already congratulated. I said something to Bela already, but I will.
Like, I was warm once today. That's
No, I can do this. It's early in the day.
it's my quota for the week.
I can do this. I will sidle up next to Balin and link my arm through his and give him a kiss on the cheek and say, I told you you didn't have anything to worry about.
And he blushes, gets ruddy-cheeked for a moment, and goes, you did, my lady, you did. You could have told me about the spear part.
No. That's all all I'll say. Just no.
And
He didn't even bring the real spear.
he laughs at that and is generally good-natured. All right then.
Alright.
Any other particular responses to the moment, or are we wanting to roll out of that scene on a laugh track?
Roll out of that
just,
scene.
Of just general good-natured, you know.
we do a freeze frame and we're laughing to a stall.
Yeah.
Oh God, no! That is like the 90s.
Everything's a 90s sitcom to me. So
Have you seen that someone edited like the opening credits of Game of Thrones as a 90s?
amazing. I've seen a few variations on that idea, and yeah, perfect.
I haven't seen it, but now I gotta go look it up.
Yeah, it's really funny.
But everyone, close the window now and go to YouTube. And
yeah, we're gonna take our break real early so we can watch the video. So all right then, we can cut ahead to the next thing. Does anybody have any other morning stuff planned prior to the joust kicking off for the day?
well, I kind of wanted to go fight Valena, but now I feel like that's been done.
Yeah, you gotta come up with something different now.
I do want to go greet her. But actually, no, scratch that. She's fine on her own. I'm going to go make sure. I don't know. I got nothing. Never mind. I'm doing nothing.
Okay, and having nothing was fine. This is all just me giving opportunities, not saying like everybody had to have a thing. I'm just checking. So.
God damn it! You don't have a thing.
Oh, I'm not mad. I thought I had a thing, but I don't have a thing. So never mind.
I put the link in Discord for you, Felicia. So if someone could transfer it into the Twitch chat, that would be great, because I still can't copy and paste.
There she goes. Erica got it.
All right, there we go. So with that, we will cut to later in the morning. Everybody has been stuffed full of yummy breakfast. Bela, you have yours brought to you by Lady Bessa of Fleabottom, who is overseeing one of the serving boys that's carrying the tray, and she gets to within line of sight, and is already dabbing at her eyes with the corners of her apron. She's like she watched you grow up, or she didn't. You've known her 6 months, but yeah. So she comes rushing out to offer congratulations, and all that sort of thing. She escorts the breakfast to you wherever you are, so you get a moment of warmth and matronly affection and stuff from her. And then I think we'll cut to the start of the joust. So we have Bela as a seeded champion, but no one else from House Nymerian. So let's give kind of initiative to a PC. Luke, do you want to challenge anyone before NPCs start to line up?
I do. His name is blanking on me. The gentleman I said earlier.
The biggin? The other biggin? The strong boar?
Not Oris, but the strong boar, yeah.
Lyle Craycall, the strong boar?
Lyle Craycall. I will approach, and then just very, very politely give him a challenge. Tap his shield.
Oh, Lord.
He is not drinking wine with the rest of the champions. He has arranged for a couple big pitchers of ale to be brought out for him. Champions kind of get to ask for stuff that way. So he's just not a big wine drinker. but he kind of keeps up the champion tradition of finishing their drink, and he does so big, as the same way the strongboard does everything. So he gets to his feet and he toasts you with his flagon first, and then downs it carelessly. Carelessly tosses the empty flagon over his shoulder, and stomps off towards his horse, and all that to get ready. So he just responds with kind of good-natured, big dude stuff, right? He doesn't like talk shit, and you can tell he's probably hiding a bit of a grin in his bushy beard during all the, showmanship. So yeah, it will not take long. Horses will be prepared. Everybody finishes like the last few steps of being fully armored up.
I think I have one destiny point, so let me adjust that.
Right. And then one quick note, I know, Raina, you've been hanging out in the little viewing box thing. Addam, are you up there also, or are you hanging out with the champions? Like, which siblings are you hanging with?
Probably in the box, because
Okay.
I've got, like, someone that I'm going to need to talk to at some point today, who's kind of more in that direction.
No
So-
problem.
Does anyone recall which house he was champion of? Crickle?
He was standing in for House Drinkwater.
Okay.
Like he took it from Drink, Sir Garrus himself.
Sorry, I think I interrupted Ash, though. So.
I think I was kind of done. It's fine.
All right. So you two in the little viewers pavilion, you notice that Septon Jim is not up there. And scanning the crowd, you see that he is in the crowd and wearing his doublet and stuff. So it looks
He's
like
gonna do it today.
It looks like he's at least looking ready to potentially joust. So he's been kind of a fixture up there in the viewing pavilion. So
He's been my buddy.
yeah, so you notice that he is missing.
He's
So
going to
all right,
challenge someone today.
he might.
I said to Ash,
Oh,
He
okay.
challenges Oris and dies.
to Addam.
So he is.
He asked me about it yesterday.
Ah, an intelligent man willing to be brave. I don't know if that's anyone's type, but
Oh wait, what?
Wait, what?
I'm just saying, there may be pressure for some people who don't feel comfortable marrying women to become maesters.
He's a septon.
It's a septon.
Okay. Oh, he's accepted. Yeah, you're right. My mistake.
Aren't allowed.
Woo! Please don't. Woo.
Doesn't stop
I
them,
mean-
but
I think the exact same thing applies, though.
I'm like, please don't seduce the septon.
until it got mentioned right there, I had not crossed my mind at all.
Ash is like, why is anybody yelling at me for this?
All 40 chapters of my fanfic, Addam seduces the Septon, does follow this premise, so.
I mean, can you link me? Because I would read that.
It's
But no,
There.
I think that, however, I think the fatal problem is that that the Septon's like a nice guy and might theoretically be available, and that just counts him out in Adam's book.
Well, he's not available, he's a Septon, so.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unavailable.
That's got legs then.
yeah.
All I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately, Addam and the Septon Seduction is the second book in the Addam Finds a Daddy series, and it kicks off with Grandmaster Pycelle. Because you're like, if I'm into older
He
men,
has
I
to
might as well start with the oldest.
Listen,
So, yeah,
this
you
series
might-
has sold 94,000 copies on Amazon, so.
Oh my
Rusty.
God, please stop.
Rusty, I know that you're unfamiliar with the goings on of homosexuals, but that's not
Right.
how it works. That's not how any of it works.
Going on.
who knows more about anatomy than the High Grand Maester of King's Landing? Who has
Think of
more?
how long he makes you wait for it as he slowly,
He was,
Oh, no.
Okay.
slowly,
I'm gonna
He was-
stop us there.
he was-
Absolutely.
Wow.
Stop. Everybody stop. Rusty, take a breath.
it's all Rossi's
Oh,
fault.
God.
I agree.
So,
yeah,
I'm so embarrassed.
you can't be mad at.
Don't be
can't
embarrassed
mad
for
at me
them.
For this whole one.
I like that. I saw the barge full of oil and I threw a match at it and I got to step back and watch it burn.
I mean, while everyone knows that, you know, Addam is not averse to older men, there is an upper limit there.
Thank the gods.
I mean that's just one of many objections to shipping him with Pactel, but
Hashtag not in my fanfic.
yeah. Oh
Hashtag headcanon.
Oh no. Okay, stop.
no! See, this is why we need to get him a suitable boyfriend quickly, so that Robert will stop making inappropriate
So
shit.
you have all probably guessed, but Rusty's computer actually did not break. We were removed from the internet by the FCC. Inappropriate content.
Oh dear.
And so on to the joust.
Thank
Who knows
you.
who knows what thoughts are racing through Lucaris's head as he's putting on his armor. But
Clearly his brother's sexy.
yeah, clearly he's picturing Addam mounting some horses. And all
Well, there's some Pycelles.
Oh, stop it! Oh, if I hear that name again, I'm gonna scream.
I do want to clear. I didn't bring Pycelle up personally. It was somebody else. That was Rusty.
But you took it and ran with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did.
You encouraged me. This is on you.
The two of you need to both shush.
So, let's get some dice ready for some joustage. As Lyle Craycall, the Strongboar, squares off with his physical opposite, Sir Lucaris Nymerian. So, as a reminder, we have fighting dice plus your animal handling as all bonus dice, plus any appropriate dice in a spear's specialty. And then we will be attacking simultaneously.
Okay, and let's go for a stance. Normally I prepare this better, and I have my stuff up. I don't have it today.
168.
Decided.
168 has the stance options.
Okay, indulge it real fast.
I think it's aggressive, that is 2 to attack, but -2 to staying in the saddle, I believe.
Yeah, I think I want aggressive. Yeah, for the +2 bonus.
Aggressive is the one that makes you easier to hit.
Oh,
High in the saddle is the one that's a penalty to your roll to stay in the saddle.
okay.
I will go with easier to hit. I will go with aggressive to get a bonus to the attack roll.
Okay, are you doing it for 1 point or 2?
2.
All right then, let's roll some dice.
Go big or get knocked on your back.
Those are the options.
All right, I got a bunch of dice, but I got a bunch of fucking 3s in here. So let's see.
Yeah, in fairness, it can be both. You can go big and get knocked on your back. That's how this works in jousting.
Okay.
Can overcommit a little bit.
Right. And then we keep fighting -1 because this is technically a charge attack.
Yeah, that's what really hurts me here. was only have one sickness. I'd actually like to use my bloody lucky and re-roll my test.
Okay.
Oh.
So I really needed like a bunch of sixes.
Is that like once a game session, sort of a thing?
Once a something. I didn't actually list down how infrequently it can occur. But I got sixes there. So
To be clear, it is once per session.
okay.
And an additional once per session if you are injured or wounded. And when you use the one when you're injured or wounded, you take the better of the two. Normally, you are stuck with the second one, even if it's worse. But like when you're beat up, you get the better of the two. So
I guess he got his butt kicked a few times in the field.
yes.
So this actually turned out the way I want because I am essentially keeping 3 dice, and I got 3 sixes on it. I have a flat +1 to fighting, and then a +2 from the aggressive, which is going to make the total of 21, I believe.
Okay. And he has, one second, a passive ride of that. 21 is going to be 2 degrees of success. 1 second as I roll his. What is your passive ride? 11?
11, and then I think the aggressive makes it 2 less.
Yep, so a 9. He rolled a 21, actually, also, but not from bonuses. He's in a balanced, because I am being honest about not setting a stance for him. Normally, I have a note that I make. But yeah, he rolled pretty well also. So his 21... Yes?
Got another 6 I can keep if I spend a destiny point. Will that make much of a difference?
Well, keeping a 6 is always another degree of success. Because a degree of success is 5. So keeping an extra 6 is always gonna be the thing.
I will use the destiny point Badna gave me. I will keep that, which is going to raise it to
so that'll be a 27.
7, yes.
Against his that. So 1 second as I math. All right, so he is looking at a 15 to stay in the saddle, and you have a 9. And you are also looking at a 15 to stay in the saddle. So,
okay, let me roll it.
Regular animal handling with ride specialty.
Okay. I don't think I'm gonna get the 15. I've got 14 altogether. And I can keep a 1. Oh, that is exactly what I need, but it's bad, and it would cost this point.
So, you can stay in the saddle for the destiny point, keeping the 1.
I'll do it. I don't have any other choice.
Yeah, like, sucks to keep a 1, but that means that, like, you rolled good enough that all you needed was a 1, right? You know, so it's
I almost got it.
Yeah. You both stay in the saddle. For the record, both of you had exactly 15s. So you both just barely manage it. The lances shatter terrifically. Like, there is a storm of splinters flying everywhere, and both riders reel in the saddle. And the Strongboar, clearly caught off guard by the technical proficiency of Luke's strike. But you both are just barely able to stay a horse, and we prep for pass 2.
I'm going to swing around my horse and kind of like wave to everybody, and I will also kind of offer to the strong boar. Very impressive, sir. Very impressive.
His big helmeted head nods. He doesn't seem to speak an answer, but you can see his visor bob up and down.
I'd like to actually do the defensive in this mode.
Okay.
I do not spell it open. That's
that-
-2 to hit, +2 to stay in the, +2 to the passive animal handling, if I believe, right?
Okay.
Using 2 stats.
Defensive is the one that makes you harder to hit and increases the passive. Braced is the one that adds to your animal handling test to stay in this. So do you want to be harder to hit, or do you want a bonus to stay in the saddle?
I want to be harder to hit.
Okay, so that is defensive. Yes. Are they doing it for 1 or 2?
We'll do 1.
All right then. We will have him. All right, ready when you are.
Okay, rolling now.
Roll a handful of dice. Sometimes a handful and a
There's so many 5s. Ridiculous number of 5s. 5, 15 plus what is 16 minus what is 15 to the attack.
Okay. He has a 23 on his roll to hit you.
Well, I think he's just better at this than I am.
He's fighting 5. He is a knight of quality.
Yeah, I don't have fighting
not
5 yet. I'm
not-
working on it. All right. That's okay.
So your passive animal handling is normally an 11. You made it a 13.
12 right now.
12, not a 13. Okay.
It's
so-
normally 11, but I get the +1 from the.
Right.
stand.
So that is going to be a 15 needed from you again. And 1 second. If I pull out 2 more dice, I don't need any of them to do double duty. There we go. So I'll get them from my one-of-a-kind, hand-painted House Nymerian dice jar, which is to say jar that happens to be full of dice.
All right. I'm not going to have a 15. I've got a 12 altogether.
I spy the tea jar.
Plus the 2, plus the 1 from the stinks of 13 was not enough.
Right. So he got a 15. He needed, I believe, a 12. So yes, he stays in the saddle, and you do not, sir. It's another clean hit. Both lances shatter, and you know you look competent, right? It's not one of those things where you don't even hit, or you hit and your lance doesn't even break. Like, you lined things up well, and he has to roll with the impact, but he has in fact gotten the better of you.
All right, I will pick myself up off the ground, dust myself off, and he just flat out beat me. He's better at this than I am, so.
He's kind of got.
But it was still a lot of fun.
Was it?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I mean, you've still got a bunch of people you can still challenge tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Whip
My
hop.
challenging may be done, but either way,
The strongboard does not do a showy pass back and forth in front of the crowd or whatever. He's still a more blunt instrument than showman. So he just wins, and you can actually see him shake his helmeted head at the end in a very clear, like, oh, that rung my bell a little bit. But he then does trot to midfield, or let's say walk. Trotting implies a little bit more showy. But he does walk his horse over to midfield and wait for you to stand. He doesn't help you up, but
yeah,
he
Luke
kind
will
of,
hop up on his own.
he looms
He's still pretty
over,
agile.
and just gives you another nod, then lifts the visor on his helmet. Says, "Well struck, Sir Luke."
Luke takes his helmet off and clasps his forearm. Well rode, well rode.
Hit hard for such a scrawny lad.
Only scrawny compared to you, sir. But yes, it seems I have some work to do.
And
I was like, hey, you hit well for a scrawny dude, and you were like,
Well-
yeah, 'cause you're so fat.
It's not body shaming. Our friend here, the strong boy.
It was like it's just kind of a subtext.
and you can
compared to you because
Listen.
you're.
Yeah. It's more I'm new at this. This is my second tournament.
and you can tell that he did not mean it as an insult. Like
Yeah,
he was
and I
talking
don't
about,
even.
like you're smaller than me, and you almost knocked me out of the saddle. So yeah, like he meant it earnestly. He's just not great at friendly. But yeah.
All right.
So
I class is alright. I kind of raise
I
it.
feel
So
that.
he's the champion in this case. Well done, Strongbow. Well done.
and he turns and gives the crowd basically an abrupt nod. Like again, he's not very good at being showy. He doesn't do a bunch of waving and stuff. He just kind of looks at the crowd and his helmeted head nods once or twice. And
Before
then
he leaves midfield, I'm going to kind of lean into him and say, "Sir, do you have any interest in the lady Iris herself?"
Out of character 1 second as I go double check, because I think he's single, but I need to make sure. And I've actually kind of color coded the roster based on who is available. and stuff.
They're color coded.
Or bolded and italicized, rather.
Thirsty for the dead waters.
Yeah. And I believe
Well,
he
there's
is still unwed.
yeah, he's not.
Yeah, I have him on here as single.
Yeah,
Well, I'll call the strong boy.
So he, his huge plate-mailed shoulders rise and fall in a clanking shrug, and he goes, "The girl seems comely enough, but her lands are far from home. But what's a second son to do? Well, we shall see."
Indeed.
He'd be an excellent ally to have. Really, that's what I'm thinking this whole time.
Yeah. And Luke nods. Treat her well, and he sighs up. Don't break her in half. I suspect things will be fine enough. Well struck, sir. I wanted to lead the field and kind of waved to everybody.
Oh,
All right, and there is applause aplenty from the viewers, because again, the first joust of the day was a pretty decent one. So far, every joust you guys have had, or every pass, has been
dramatic.
at least not like completely one-sided. Like even in the ones where there was a very, very clear victor, nobody's just been completely pounded and like missed or whatever. So everyone's had pretty decent hits and gotten to look competent. So that's always good. So day 4 kicks off and continues that pattern with a pretty decent first clash that also showcased and kind of exaggerated the Dornish physical stereotype and the burly northerner physical stereotype. But both sides, got to look pretty badass.
Well, I'm gonna get swole. I'm gonna come back, and he's gonna be sorry.
So
No, it's cool. And this is not Luke's specialty. He's not bad at it, but it's not his specialty.
Okay, that is the first there. And that's the only PC that's likely to challenge. Like, I guess technically Reyna could armor up if she wanted. And Addam is
That's Reyna.
and Addam is a man now, so like he could armor up and start poking some shields
Yeah,
Oh, there's
like,
no way. No.
like,
I don't think you, but I'm pretty sure neither of you will. Like,
I mean, Addam doesn't have plate armor, so he probably gets like smashed into smithereens.
you,
Um,
you are also a Nymerian in Nymerian lands. Like, you can get a hold of some armor, but I just still think it's fairly unlikely
Yeah,
that you are.
it would
Got
take
it.
it would take some dire consequences. I mean, if it gets to the finals and Oris is still a champion, he might suit up just to try and thwart it.
You're gonna win her hand in marriage literally over my dead body.
I hope you are proud of yourself as I'm dead in the ground.
So when I say that Luke is the only one that can challenge from the PCs, I mean he's the only one I imagine challenging from among the PCs. Unfortunately, Bela can't just like add to her collection by taking it. Like, I want a second champion's chair to put my feet up in. to do that.
That would be very.
I tell you what, though, between Joust, I am going to look for Elia Sand to talk to her.
Oh no.
Whenever that occurs.
Okay,
Oh, no.
she is here and hanging out and watching. Obara Sand is with her, as Obara tends to be. Obara is probably much more watching the Warriors in a way, and Elia is clearly watching the jousting. Like, she's paying less attention to who it is, and more attention to just, I enjoy the tilt. So,
Obara.
you can, as you approach, just you can tell that Obara is more serious about it, and Elia, it's more of a sport, and Obara, it's more of scouting people I might have to fight someday for real. Because who knows, right?
I definitely figure there's some of that in Luke's eyes as he watches this shit too,
so
because
just-
he's Obara. I see Elia, but I turn my attention to Obara. Obara.
Cousin, nice try.
I almost had him. Tough motherfucker. Do you have any intention of challenging him?
No, I think seeing one sand in the dirt is enough. We don't want
I
to.
glance at Elia and look back.
We don't want to give them any ideas.
Oh.
And Elia doesn't even seem to hear. Like, she's just marveling at the size of Strongbore's horse as it's, like, getting cooled down off to one side. She doesn't see a ton of, like, massive destriers down here. Elia's distracted when she doesn't indignantly rise to the bait and throw a horse at you or something.
It's a fun challenge, but it's not exactly the same as war, is it?
Obara shrugs. Not much is.
Do you have any intention of participating in the melee?
She gives you a kind of sidelong look. No one's asked me onto their team yet. I think all the Northerners are embarrassed to be asking a woman and a bastard to fight at their side.
Well, I'm not a fucking Northerner.
You have been away for a long time, and you hadn't talked to me before now. She says with a bit of a cruel grin, like,
Especially after you had your brother write her a letter inviting her personally.
I had a brother write her sister a letter inviting her sister personally. This is Obara.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, sorry, I thought you were talking to Elia now.
I was, and then Obara, I was like, oh, wait, I should recruit Obara first.
There you go.
It's true. You have actually been away from home a long time. Your father taught me quite a lot, though. And there's one goddamn thing I know, and that is not to underestimate the women of Dorne. Lady Valina will also be with me, but besides that, we don't have much of a team. I think you and Elia might help round that out quite well. And the Seven Hells, whatever the Northerners think about it.
looking to give yourself a harem of battling Dornish women, huh?
It is the goal. Well, I'll have to earn that first, and don't think I've quite done that yet.
Well, I suppose it would be sporting for our team to have a token man on it to keep things equal.
One we've clearly seen can wind up on his ass in the sand, so...
Elia, you want to fight some Northerners in a few days? And she goes, yeah, sure. And she's just agreeing to whatever. And then Obara reaches out and claps you on the shoulder. Just, fine. You have a pair of sand snakes.
Yikes.
Very well. I was going to ask your sister how she's appreciating the wine and the new horse, but she seems rather busy, so I'll let you two be. Oh, I think we're going to need one more. If anyone comes to mind, let me know. Or just grab them and tell me. I don't care.
Yeah, we are doing teams of 5. Let me double check that. But I think that was what the plan was for the melee.
I think so.
Yeah, teams of 5. So, yep, you need one more for that team.
Well, who else would you... Oh, was it Valena you wanted as well?
Yeah, he's got Valena Toland, Obara Sand, and Elia Sand.
So you actually only need one more Dornish woman?
Or whoever, but... Luke does.
Oh, right. I thought you were deliberately setting out to get all Dornish women.
Yeah.
That was not the goal, but it is what turned out. You know, you believe the equality like Luke does. That look. The look and response.
Out of character, quick from the... Yeah, there aren't any other Dornish women here for the joust and stuff. The ones that remain are archers instead of melee fighters, except for your own sisters, and for Alicent Mormont, who is a warrior woman.
I have genuinely considered Alicent Mormont just to fit the theme.
She's sworn to a Dornish house, so she's technically a warrior Dornish woman. It'll get you that achievement unlocked. Yeah, so I think it's basically I think it's Alicent Mormont, your sisters, or the Lady Bessa with a rolling pin.
A good option.
What you're down to.
That's our anti-Oris maneuver. He's not going to attack Lady Bessa.
You psych her
right?
up. Psych her up. You psych her up before the fight with like, they've criticized your cooking all week. That's why they're all going home tomorrow.
I imagine Oris is like going to go ham, and she's like, Oris W. Waters. The W is also for Waters. And he's like, oh no, my middle initial.
And I think from the rules of the melee, you guys just have highborn, knights, squires, or an invitation from someone already qualified. And the rule of no King Robert, of course. But I guess you could also invite, like, Maya Stone, if she's a fighter. You guys really haven't seen her fight. You know that she's pretty big, and she's good on a horse, but you haven't seen her.
Anyway, Oris's bedchambers to find her soon.
No, like, multiple people have talked to him about that. It's not going to happen.
What are the odds that teenagers would fuck when other people are telling them not to? Especially with that temperate Baratheon blood.
Very low.
Ordinarily you would be right, but they know the specific reason why.
Well,
yeah, they know why.
And let's be fair, the Baratheons were only an offshoot of the Targaryens in the first place, and what chances they're gonna bed somebody like that?
Oh.
It's all right, Ash. We're just enjoying watching the light leave your eyes. That's all. It's just they're not fucking. It's okay.
So at the moment, I do not have any plans to recruit Maya Stone or no, what is her name? I just blanked. Sorry.
Don't know. Alicent Mormont?
Alicent Mormont.
Right.
Thank
okay.
you.
I was just kind of out of character trying to help by like going through like what warrior woman.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But they are. I do have a theme going, and they are strongly considered. I was just kind of operating on the idea that let my siblings pick their own teams. But if not, maybe we can look into things. But for right now, that's who I got.
All right.
Rusty, is there any sign of the Mystery Knight currently?
There is. I was actually going to do some mystery nightage next.
Okay, I'm
Um,
sorry. Go ahead. I didn't realize I was getting ahead.
No,
I'll
no
put my
problem.
hat on, get my magnifying glass. Let's do this shit.
Yeah.
I figured day 4 would be enough for the Mystery Knight to make another appearance. Because again, there's an etiquette to when you should challenge and all that, and a Mystery Knight is kind of the least of knights by that standard. But yes, there is a murmur in the crowd, just as the conversation with Obara Sand is dying off, and you look over and you can see that the Mystery Knight is making their way through the crowds of knights and nobles. And again, it's very simple armor, just no heraldry, of course, because it's Mystery Knight. Yes, the Mystery Knight does have some destiny points to spend.
Yikes.
The Mystery Knight.
And what if I were the Mystery Knight?
The Mystery Knight has been rather popular with our champions and our Iron Throne takers and stuff.
All right, I know it's not the king now because there's no way he'd actually say that.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, also aside from the observational notes that I've already made, that they're not really big enough to be.
So real quick between us players, who thinks is a Lugas? Raise a hand.
You don't know which Robert Qatar was talking about. It could be little Robert Frey in there.
Well, he said Bobby specifically.
On stilts.
I have definitely seen them both at the same time, so.
I don't know. I saw Peter Parker and Spider-Man once in a comic.
Ultimate.
That's not the gotcha that you think it is, Robert.
It's not.
Well, you need to read more Marvel comics, apparently.
And so, let's pull up the right sheet for stats so that I am ready to go. And basically, I want to include a PC again instead of just NPCs. So,
well, I did have a thing that I wanted to do, but it wasn't jousting related, but it was related to the Mystery Knight.
Looks around, but they just have a spotlight, so.
Right, so just the Mystery Knight is going to challenge Lady Bela.
Oh.
And you hear a voice from within the tinny helmet that's got a very narrow visor. You can't make out much in there. It's all shadowed. The voice is distorted by the metal, and it's some northern accent. They're not a Dornishman, but you hear, "Congratulations on your betrothal, my lady."
Thank you, unnamed knight.
I'm afraid I must try and sour your day, though. Tonk, and pokes your shield with a lance.
We shall
Don't
see.
know her very well if you think a challenge is going to sour her day.
Oh no, I have to joust.
I like to
no.
Lucas with the sand snakes as we kind of turn our attention towards this.
I really regret.
Warriors.
I regret not being down with the champions now, because I would have loved to have listened really closely to that.
I forgot you're all on Sherlock Holmes mode with this.
Oh, absolutely! I need to know who, or I'm just gonna die.
Please don't.
No, I mean not actually, but I need to know.
I think we have a good theory. We just don't know if it's true that this is Nathan Lucas.
So I was declaring my desire to roll if necessary to very closely observe the Mystery Knight and see if the way they move or speak or ride looks familiar. That was where I was going with that. Anyway, I'm not close enough to listen. I don't think.
From taking a look, it's mismatched plate armor. That's it's not like mercenary scavenger ugly type of stuff, but you could just tell, like oh, those pauldrons don't quite match, and the style of one sleeve is different than the other, and like that steel is a little bit blackened. None of it's like painted or colored gaudily, but you could just tell that it's par with a couple body panels different, right? Like and you think that maybe the Mystery Knight spent the last couple days getting comfortable in this mismatched armor, like along with the trip down, because they're not stumbling and shambling like Frankenstein's monster, or whatever. But it does look like it was armor that was like hastily thrown together to go play Mystery Knight, which is kind of what Mystery Knights do, Not much about how they move throws you off, is there's no visible limp, or you know what I mean.
It's just like like how you sometimes you kind of know someone from their walk and stuff like that. I was going to watch them joust first as well, because I'd basically see if anything looked familiar. But that was, but that was all. I know I'm probably not going to learn terribly much from that unless I was like rolling and roll spectacularly, or unless like you wanted to impart something. So like I know that there more investigation is necessary. I feel like I need to say that I'm doing it, otherwise it's going to come out of nowhere if I mention it later.
Yeah, no,
Right.
Just let's do this thing. Raina gets armored up and gets her horse, and the knight.
In tradition of a champion, before going off to ride, I toast the knight that is challenging me and drink it and set down my glass. Continuing that fine tradition.
Can't go jousting without your wine.
For my part, I will be in an aggressive stance for +2 to my hit, and -2 for my defense, which happens to be 11 now with the modification.
All right. Pull up the right page.
Well, heck.
All right. The Mystery Knight's horse is a Rouncy. It's a warhorse of no particular breeding that you can tell. Common with hedge knights, common with just less well-to-do knights in general. So no big hints there. And they will be...
I mean, it does tell us something.
Right.
Right.
Oh, my conspiracy cogs are going again.
All right. I've got that stance chosen. And let's roll some dice. Zach.
Counting. Holy shit.
What?
Look at all the things that Robert just did individually, one by one.
Yeah.
Well, that's just because I don't have a hunter at the moment.
All right. 1 second. got a destiny point, so there we go.
Oh no.
All right. The Mystery Knight is out to make a splash. So they're gonna open with that. All right, what are we looking at, Erica?
I have a 21, but I might be able to bump that up to a 25 if that would make a difference.
A difference.
A 21 to 25 jump would make a difference.
I will do it then. 25
Okay.
is my total.
That will then require a 15 from them. They have a 24
Oh,
on their.
Okay. So I
roll
also
to
have a
hit you.
15.
Yeah. So
Fighting 5 motherfuckers.
hearing the dice roll in there is kind of fun.
yeah, the sound definitely carries with this table.
Bela, hold your shield up and see if he wants to collect it. That could give us a clue.
I was just wondering what the target number would be to do like a trick shot of like taking their helmet off without harming them. It's probably really fucking high.
Yeah, pretty
gonna try that.
heckin' high.
People would assume I was trying to murder the person.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one would be like, she cleverly unmasked him. Be like, oh, bad form.
What?
Aiming for someone's head in a joust is really not okay.
Yeah, it's frowned upon by non-murderous society.
We've just got to hope.
So,
that
anyone outside Dorn?
we just need to hope that it falls off on its own. That's all.
All right, so they've got a 17. What's Bela looking like?
Well, I'm going to use my last destiny point to get exactly 15. for my
Oh
dice.
no.
All right.
No, this is a
Dribble
pattern
rolls
that
all
sounds
around.
familiar.
So once again, the first pass is an impressive martial display. Both very, very solid hits. You know, we're both jousters are up in the mid-20s, and both of them are able to keep their saddle though. And the knight kind of leans forward into the blow and takes it pretty professionally and cleanly, and still has to like twist from it because Bela's shot is right on, and her lance technique gets the full force of both charges. So an impressive showing from both of them as they wheel around and prep for the second pass. And what's up, Ash?
Qatar has left a message saying that they want to give their DP from earlier to Bela. So that's
Alright.
Aww.
Thank you.
Same stance?
Yes, I will remain in the same stance. Okay. So I have a 20, but I could bump it to a 24.
Would not do it this
Okay.
time
Well, then I will hold on to that destiny point.
because I actually had the NPC pick a stance
Mhm.
this time. So you have a 20. They will need a 12. They are looking at your passive animal of 11.
Yeah.
Still, right?
11.
Yep. So that is 15. Yep. You will also need a 12.
Okay.
So 12s from each of you.
Well, holy crap, that's a good roll. I have an 18.
Nice.
That makes their 16 not look quite as impressive. So, second pass, much like the first one, both clean hits and both keeping to the saddle just fine. Third pass.
Exciting.
I have an 18.
Okay.
All right. Again,
Yeah.
that will be. That's only going to be a 9 that they need. And against your 11, that they will spend a destiny point and make it that. So you need a 15.
Okay, come on, dice. Oh, nope.
Oh no.
Oh,
The destiny point won't even.
do you have any?
No, there's nothing I can
qualities or-
do.
Uh,
I
oh, well, that's a development.
I end up with an 11, and I can only bump that up to a 12. So,
No.
so that is it.
And their
Yeah,
hit,
yeah, or-
for the record,
Can you make them lose a dice?
that particular.
That wouldn't help me either because then I still only have an 11 and would need a 12.
Yeah.
Mm.
And for the record, that roll that they just made, they have 2 more 5s waiting in their wings for destiny points, potentially. Like, they're just rolled really well on it.
Happens.
This one.
Hey, I fought off a lot of people. I'm not worried.
Yeah.
And I'm not
it's-
looking to win the hands of her either. So the ideal is that we would lose so that other people would be the option. So I'm just glad
All right.
it took this long.
And so that was what, the 4th pass?
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
It was.
So after several passes, and again, Bela's hit is plenty solid. Her lance shatters, and the Mystery Knight has to roll a shoulder with the impact, and twist in the saddle to stay a horse. And Bela falls.
Oh no.
The Mystery Knight stays eyes forward throughout, and kind of pauses at the end, and you guys notice like the Roundsea is kind of high strung and like ready, like, yeah, let's go, I want to turn around and run, yeah. And the Mystery Knight is like holding for a moment, and you can tell that they're kind of stealing themselves before they turn to go see, because they're like, it looked like she was gonna fall. Did she fall? And they wheel their horse around, and you can actually see they then like straighten up a little bit tall, like when they see that Bela is in the dirt. They kind of jolt upright, like, holy shit, it worked, right? Like they're just pleasantly surprised. It looks like proud. It looks like, it's hard to read somebody that's wrapped head to toe in steel, but that is kind of Westerosi society. But you can tell that they look like they are not impassive, and they are not like arrogant. This was gonna go down. So yeah, there we go.
Who is that?
Yeah, like I have suspicions, but like nothing. Like I've got nothing solid enough to confirm any of it yet. It's driving me nuts.
It's taking a little bit.
Well, he's going to be sitting in the champion stand now.
Does he come over to
You,
say anything to me?
I'm trying to give everybody a shot here because Reyna, you are kind of the master of ceremonies at the moment. Like, you're the ranking member of the house, and you're the eldest of the Nymerian up in the box. But there are multiple Nymerii up in the family viewing pavilion
Gotta fuck the blue guy.
that can ask a Mystery Knight to reveal themselves. There's a tradition to let them fight at least once, but sometimes they get asked, if they lose. Sometimes they get asked when they win the whole tournament. Sometimes they get asked, at different times in different stories. But
I will cast
There-
a
it
glance
is
to the
a-
side at Addam.
there is a kind of, not quite bread and salt level, but there is a a rule of like you let them go, you let them fight once before anybody asks any questions. Just be a good sport, whoever's hosting the tourney. You know, but you guys have done that now. And the master of lists seems not to have made it down here yet this morning. Um,
It's fine.
midweek,
It's fine.
so Willie Will isn't even here to theoretically make the call. It's basically up to.
I mean,
You know.
what
For
call
Luke,
is there?
Luke's just applauding at a good run.
Yeah,
Alright,
I'm
go
a
ahead,
bit
Ash.
I'm a bit confused as to what call there is to make. It was like a clear. thing,
You could ask the Mystery Knight to identify themselves. Like
Oh, I
there's
see.
different traditions in different Mystery Knight stories
Well
For-
done, Mystery Knight. Who
for
are you?
when they introduce themselves.
Oh,
Like
I see.
sometimes, so it's kind of up to the hosts when they want to try and like maybe if you ask the Mystery Knight now, and this is all like a quick out of character, they might refuse, and sometimes the Mystery Knight doesn't have to reveal themselves until the end of a thing, but in different stories, different Mystery
Okay.
Knights have been revealed at different times. So it's
Okay, so-
basically entirely up to you lot when you
Okay.
want to make that request.
Well, I mean, Adam is definitely casting a meaningful glance towards Reno. Like, if I stand up and say something, are you going to stop me? Kind of.
So out of character, Luke's opinion is kind of like either way, whatever you guys want to do. And like in character, he's applauding. He likes the fact that it was a good joust. He's not like take that fucking helmet off.
And
Well, I think
Bailey could kind of demand to know who just beat her. Like that could also fit in just fine. You know, so it's in the hands of the PCs is where I'm going with this.
Yeah,
I-
like Adam is only going to like do something if nobody else does, but he'll like wait long enough to know if any of them are going to say anything first before.
I just I'm not giving somebody I don't know the chance to say no to me at my own house. In front of everybody. So I'm just gonna stand and applaud. That's it.
So
Alright,
You know,
Reyna,
I do appreciate the like politics behind that. Like, yeah, he could say no. I don't want to ever have anyone say no to me in public.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
That's
Alright,
fair.
so-
I'm right. Sorry, go ahead.
well, so it looks like Luke isn't gonna challenge. Looks like Reyna isn't gonna challenge. We have 2 Nymerians left.
Bela still outranks me, so it's up to her at the moment.
Well, I'm waiting for the Mystery Knight to come over to me to, you know,
I mean,
have the post joust banter.
there's no official vote here. Like, if you want to in character, be like, "Who is that?" It's up to
Oh.
you.
Out of character, so you're aware she's not going to ask him to reveal himself.
Right.
So, so if you want to
Yeah,
jump in now,
Sure,
This would be
like
the time.
I certainly don't want to interrupt that kind of post joust like handshake thing. So
The one thing to also keep in mind, this will occur to Luke after probably the moment leaves, is if he's genuinely competing for Iris's hand, we know who the fuck he is.
yeah,
Right.
that-
Right.
that's also a thing. So, if the post joust handshake has happened and
Alright.
it doesn't seem like she said anything, Adam is going to stand up and
Okay.
address the Mystery Knight.
So let's do post joust handshake first. I'm just going slower. I'm trying to give people chances to like interrupt first. So while I was giving the Mystery Knight's reaction to the win, I wanted to give you guys a chance if anybody was gonna just leap up and be like, "Who are you?" Like,
Wow.
just tell me now. Like, I wanted to give you guys a chance.
We must know all.
Yes.
No, like
so-
it's very important to do this politely.
So the Mystery Knight kind of stiffens in surprise and sits upright in kind of pride at the victory against a fairly renowned young jouster. Made a name for herself in King's Landing. And then the Mystery
You know,
Knight. What's that?
Bela the Badass?
Yes, that's the name.
So then you see that the Mystery Knight leans down and clambers off of their horse and walks to midfield to the Lady Bela, drops the shattered lance so there's no weapons in hand or anything, sword at the Mystery Knight's hip, common knight thing, and approaches Bela with a gauntleted hand out for a shake.
Okay. I will grab the gauntleted hands, and I'll say that was a fantastic strike there. I'm afraid, though, that your greater challenge might exist now, having to keep your identity a secret. Good luck with that.
Well struck, my lady. I'm glad to see that you fell, and I'm glad to see that you are not injured. And then they give this awkward kind of bow, and some parts of the armor kind of clank, as again, bits of it are mismatched and not quite bending the same. And then they kind of stiffen and like straighten back up and look to the crowd, and the crowd is like hushed.
Luke is
like
gonna
the
yell, unmask!
like the crowd
As a crowd member.
The crowd was silent, or like the crowd cheered, at the actual joust, but now they're like everyone's quiet. Like, wait, maybe we can hear what they're saying. Maybe they'll get some right. Like everyone is doing the and leaning forward to wait and see. So the crowd's pretty quiet, and then I believe Addam was planning to stand.
Yes, applauding as he does so.
So menacing to stand and applaud.
Well done, good sir. Well struck. Though I don't normally applaud the defeat of one of my siblings.
Really, just
Please, would you remove your helmet so that the crowds may know who you are and cheer your name?
Erica, Bela is close enough that you think you can hear a nervous gulp ringing inside their helmet. And they reach up and kind of pause for a second.
He's now a cartoon character.
These mismatched gauntlets. And the knight drops to one knee rather heavily in almost apology, and kind of bends over. I don't want to make it sound like too submissive, but it's almost like, all right, my bad, you got me. And as they are removing their helmet, they're saying, I am sorry, Addam. I am no sir. And as their helmet comes off and it transitions from like the metallic ring to not, you see a head full of straw blonde hair, and a face covered in a asymmetrical scattering of freckles, and a pair of blue eyes looking up at you that are so blue you can actually make them out from up in the pavilion in front. And then with the helmet tucked under their arm, the knight stands up and kind of awkwardly just bows again to Reyna. And as they straighten from that one, you can see a large, broad-shouldered woman with an uncomely face looking absolutely panicked at the idea of turning around and facing the crowd.
Oh!
I'm you know what? Like, I'm glad that I wrote what I did in the chat before you said this.
Right?
Because-
Me too.
Vindication, sort of.
Is
Okay.
this Brian?
This- Do not be afraid. Allow us to congratulate you. Knight or not, you have won.
Being a knight was not a requirement for this contest.
No, exactly. What she said.
Like lean over the railing, like walk over to the railing and kind of lean over. Be like, do I know who this is? May I have your name, lady?
Yeah, like out of character, I don't think any of you
Yeah.
would have a reason to know
No.
Brienne of Tarth,
Yeah.
right?
No.
So that's why I was giving just the
This
description.
is just like why I met her at Emerald City Comic Con.
So
The actress said is
the
Oh,
the mystery knight gives another kind of apologetic bow. I only mentioned it because your brother called me sir, and I did not mean to be dishonest. I am Brienne. Some call me the Maid of Tarth.
I'm gonna turn to Obara, who I'm standing next to, and go, well, hell, maybe we have a fifth after all.
Then
Brienne, the Maid of Tarth, has defeated Bela of House Nymerian.
Luke is applauding.
yes.
I cannot imagine a better turnout for this. I mean, it's better to lose to a woman, another woman, than some man. And I laugh.
Well, she can't marry all the men who beat her
The first applause
yet.
coming right before even Luke was able to start clapping is like as soon as Reyna starts to announce the winner, you guys all hear Renly Baratheon clapping.
And you.
I love
Oh, he's a good guy.
And,
Oh, I love them
and
both.
you may recall that the Mystery Knight arrived in Lord Renly's company, and as such,
Yes.
the Master of the Stormlands would know who they were, and it looks like he was sitting on that secret for her.
Yeah, Adam had picked up like a couple of nights before. Definitely knew.
He's such a good
I'd be
bro.
planning on asking him if this opportunity had not presented itself. Definitely going to harass him about it.
Yeah, and so once prompted, and probably after one other little like reassuring nod from Reyna, like she will turn around and face the crowd, and you can tell that like her shoulders tense up before she does, because she's not real sure what she's gonna get from the crowd, and I think I hear cheering, but that's probably just my ears ringing, and there's no way, right? And then she turns around, and everybody's cheering, some with more gusto than others. But yeah, Renly Baratheon has shouldered and Lord of the Storm landed his way to the front, so you suspect that he's the first one she sees as she's cheering. Not far from him is Red Roddick Connington, who is kind of sulking for the first few moments. He's just standing with his arms crossed until he gets a nudge from some nearby Stormlander, and he claps a few times as well. And yeah, the maidens here and the ladies are like, Brienne, a girl, another one, what about? And like, we have to like ramp up for it. And
they're super excited.
yeah, and then as the cheering hits a certain threshold, the girls kick it into overdrive as the whisper gossip reaches, their side of the field, and so yeah, Brienne of Tarth has entered the chat.
Yeah, Adam will certainly be like applauding effusively because this is very cool.
Lady Brienne, please take your place in the Champions Pavilion.
Yeah, I think like Adam's like certainly going to be making a particular show of congratulatory support to make sure that everyone around knows that, like, that's the official line, basically. To kind of give a bit of, like, giving her shit about this, it will not be tolerated kind of thing.
And so Brienne makes her way over, and the other champions are on their feet, and you know, reaching out to clap hands and whatever. And you realize that she's pretty big. Like, she's not much smaller than the Strongboard. And she's got brawn over her fellow Stormlander, Bryce, or not. She's not from the Stormlander. She arrived with them. Sorry, but like, she's got brawn over Bryce Karen and Parman Crane. She's a total package. She's peak efficiency. But yeah, like, it's as she's over there next to Oris and the Strongboar, it becomes that much more apparent. Like, no, like, she's actually really big. And she is the last of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I love that, like, 3 of the 5 champions are now, like, human walls.
Right?
And she is the last of the champions to take their seat.
I, for one, welcome our giant overlords.
Right?
And yeah, there we go. Some out of character notes on some of the speculation that people had. I kept Brienne far away because Brienne is shy and is not confident in socializing anyway. So that's why you guys only saw the Mystery Knight armored up from head to toe, and like never saw Brienne of Tarth in other clothes or whatever, like socializing. And that's why the Mystery Knight was like staying away. And it was partially because Brienne was expecting mockery if she hung out with everyone. So she was basically staying like a hedge knight, you know, off at the end of the tourney ground in a tent that's, you know, borrowed from Renly. Because he's like, no one's going to arrive in my, you know, in my wake that's not going to have a proper tent, you know, type of thing. But, so yeah, that's why they were just absent so much, is because Brienne felt dishonest and guilty and didn't want to get caught and didn't want to get insulted, and right? So like, she stayed out. And the reason it wasn't Nathan Lugas was I decided that their official line would be to not bring him, because they're so concerned about people getting along with Dorne and the Stormlands. They just didn't want to risk it. So Nathan probably would not have started trouble on purpose or anything. Like,
But he's Nathan.
well, that, and just what if somebody else said something, right? Like, it just takes somebody else making a comment to get the Stormlanders and the Dornishmen riled up, and
Right.
Olenna was not in position to tell Renly to tell some other people not to show up, like Richard Horp, who killed your cousin. He's with Stannis, so Lady Olenna couldn't be like, leave that Horp fellow away, he just killed a Dornishman, right? And Stannis is just like, that was a trial by 7, it was completely legal, nobody is allowed to hold a grudge. So he didn't think to make Richard Horp stay home, but Renly is part of the Lady Olenna's, you know, trail, where she was like, only bring the good-mannered ones, damn it, Renly. So Nathan Lugas, right? So I promise I put a lot of thought into some of the NPCs that are here and aren't. And that's why Nathan Lugas wasn't here, is because Olenna was worried that it would cause a ruckus. So she told Renly to be politic and ask Nathan to stay home.
So now that I think about it, like, Richard Horp has, like, been, like, has not had any, like, trouble at all after, like, being someone who, like, quite prominently killed a Dornishman. I could have... I told Lynn to stay away because he'd killed a Dornishman and that was probably going to cause trouble.
And it may be that the week is young, It may be that the master of ships is here with him, and brother to the king, who he's very clearly serving. It may be that you guys did also ask the Dornish folk to be on their best behavior. It may be that Richard Hort is one of the most renowned swordsmen. So yeah, who knows? And the Wills are also kind of I don't want to say backwards. They're kind of backwards compared to the other Dornish. They're not exactly popular, so it's not like he dramatically led a huge charge against a Dornish army.
I know, I was just joking.
Yeah, no, I'm just also explaining part of why it hasn't become an issue is, like, there are a handful of reasons that have so far added up to enough that no Dornishman has gotten drunk and picked a fight or anything. But that's why Nathan wasn't here, was the kind of out of character meta thought of Olenna Tyrell not wanting anything to go wrong. Because remember, Nathan Lugas isn't married, and could actually, wouldn't mind marrying Iris Dannett, except
The thought came up.
except the history, right? Like, that might be awkward, and that, specifically the fact that she's the prize, given how the scheming went with my brother, that could exacerbate things and make it even more likely. So yeah, there's reasons that some folks are here and that some folks weren't.
In the Q&A episode, we did talk about that a fair bit, about kind of hypothesizing about maybe it was Nathan trying to redeem himself, kind of thing. But
did we mention Brain at all? I think somebody mentioned Brain as a possibility.
Brienne,
this is cool.
why are you saying it like that?
I don't know.
What are you doing? Quit it. It makes me uncomfortable.
No, I'm doing it all.
So yeah, I actually had not completely made up my mind which of them it was initially. On my notes, I was like, one or the other. I decided later that day. I'm like, no, Elena's micromanaging too much. She won't let anything go wrong here. So that was what happened, and I just wanted to kind of share that thought. On the note of our cool reveal of Brienne of Tarth taking her champion seat, let's go ahead and take our break. So we will be back in probably about 10. So we could go grab drinks, eat snacks, pee, do whatever we got to do.
Or whatever.
Yeah, I just wanted that kind of meta commentary real quick to go over some of the potentials and why I eventually decided on Brienne. And partially also it's because you guys are just having fun gathering warrior women, and I thought it would be fun. So toss another one in to keep
They
with
will all be part of my group.
the spirit of the campaign a little bit. So I had a couple deciding factors. So we'll see everybody back here in a couple minutes. All right, everybody, and welcome back from our brief break this lovely Sunday afternoon, visiting sunny Dorn from rain-soaked, gray, dreary Texas, which is all kinds of backwards.
Yay.
We are
It's
back from
dark
break. Erica is not feeling super great, so she's just gonna kind of take it easy for the rest of the session. I promise she didn't like have a tantrum because she lost the joust or something. This is not Erica storming off the set like Christian Bale. She's just gonna kind of chill for a bit. So we're gonna stay on air, um, but shortly after the Brienne of Tarth reveal, um, Bela gets some help out of her armor from Balin Swan, her betrothed, who is squiring for her, and they are not seen for the rest of the afternoon. So, what's up? Scrambles the. Is something not right on Twitch?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we
yeah,
got
that like our
mixed
windows
up.
have all been turned.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, Robert, you're GM now. See ya.
All right. So,
Let me go get my bow out of the
40
closet.
goblins attack.
I thought you were gonna like.
I was only prepared for my D&D game. I don't know what to do.
I thought you were gonna like resort to the Star Trek game from last night.
We rented okay, yeah. So Ambassador Sarek is on board, and he doesn't approve.
Just
So
for
yeah.
perv.
So Lady Bela's gonna take off
He
for a while
totally
with her,
doesn't approve.
her new betrothed. And we will move on. We've got some jousting and we've got some archery still on the docket for the day. The jousting is all gonna be NPC on NPC action, which is the downside to this tourney format. Unless Luke wants to butt in and challenge somebody, you can't challenge Lyle Greycall today.
Yeah. Two fell challenges the same day. It's not his style.
Okay, but like you're allowed to take a stab at
Yeah. He went for the biggest fucking person there who did not see murder 100 people.
Fair.
For a reason.
So
I'm actually not convinced Oris would win a joust. He's a big guy, but he's not necessarily a fucking rider. But Luke is also not great at that. So
he is.
Oh well, there you go.
For the record, Wooly Will did not teach him much, but Wooly Will taught him that. So yeah, he's got Animal Handle 4, which is a pretty big leg up on a lot of folks.
The problem is I am just outdone in a lot of these professional turning nights.
Yeah, well, and a lot of them are like, just a quick meta note. A lot of the nights here, because I invited like cool, interesting nights that I feel have a pretty solid rep, are either a night of quality, which bumps them up to fighting 5, which means keeping 4 dice.
Yeah, and losing a dice in the fighting attack is huge.
Or they're tourney nights, which instead of a die, you're getting to keep +2 or +3 or something like that as a flat bonus, which is pretty close. So, yeah, one of the downsides to going, all right, who wants to go to a tourney, is you end up with a lot of guys
that are guys show up.
Pretty good attorneys, so yeah.
And I'm okay with that. And Luke will eventually get there. He's just not there yet. It's only like his second fucking tourney.
Yeah. So let's see here. For some of these, actually for many of these, I'm just gonna do we're gonna do another kind of montage, basically, of jousting, until or unless any of you want to interrupt, make your way to the through the crowd to somebody, or you know what I mean, something like that.
Yeah. So I am gonna leave the sandsticks behind. I'm gonna look for Lady Valeda. Just in the background, I will be heading that direction.
Okay. In the meantime, let's roll real quick for.
I mean, he's gonna like marry her. He's definitely into her. He's gonna embarrass him. Girls are icky.
Yeah.
That's my one.
Let's have Guyard Morrigan go up against his neighbor Bryce Caron. So black ravens on a sky blue field against the black songbirds on a yellow field. Both pretty renowned tourney knights. And
can we
ready?
bet on these?
What's that?
Can we bet on these?
Yeah. Go ahead and track a couple of bets if you want to.
Yeah. I'm gonna bet on Bryce Caron. Caron?
Yeah, Caron.
Yeah. No, I know how to spell it. It's whether it's Caron or Caron.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've
it's
probably been inconsistent with it too, but whatever. And let me know when bets are in. And on the fourth pass, Gaillard Morrigan takes the win.
Damn it.
Those two were actually pretty evensies. But eventually he gets the lead. Let's have Sir Julian Carlisle. And you hear a little bit of muttering from the Reach contingent. He is the heir to...
Is that Corgyle?
Yes, is that not what I just said? Did I mispronounce it?
It sounded like Carlisle, so I got confused.
Okay, yeah, sorry, it's Corgyle. He's the heir to Sandstone. You hear a little bit of muttering and whispering and some scandalous noises from some of the Reach maidens. The most notable thing House Corgyle has done in the history books is the murder of a prominent Tyrell. So they are one of those Dornish houses with one of those reputations.
Is it a Tyrell that we are aware of, or is it just an unnamed one?
It was Lord Lionel Tyrell. I remember that because I remember Lord Lionel Baratheon, Laughing Storm, fucking dope.
Okay.
I know he was murdered in his bed while invading Dorne, and I'm just gonna look it up to get a few more details because you guys should know.
Is this like Rebellion era?
As Dornish folk, it was during the conquest of Dorne.
A while back.
That's a while.
So yeah, Lord Lionel Tyrell was working on it, and Lord Corgyle quelled the revolts from the other notorious Dornish rebel lords. But while visiting Sandstone, Lord Lionel Tyrell was murdered in his bed by a bed of scorpions. So they
that could be anybody's bed of scorpions.
Yeah, so they kind of
everything.
And in Maester Gareth's book, Red Sands, he suggests that Lord Corgyle arranged the murder, but everyone's very clear that it's a bunch of speculation and there's no hard evidence.
Sometimes scorpions just all come to your bed.
Yeah, I feel like was that one of I'm just looking through the gifts thing of like, was that one of the books I got given?
Remember,
it sounded familiar, but I could be wrong.
I've got it in a different document. I don't.
Yeah, it might not have been. It's just
think you got Red Sands.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be in this list.
No, you did. You got it from a Stormlander. I remember now because
obviously
a subtle insult towards the Reach.
So it is. Yeah, okay. I was just thinking. I was like, did I get it mixed up with Rubies and Iron? But yeah, it is in there. So some Stormlander gave it to me.
Yeah. So yeah, that was specifically detailing the Dornish and the Reach wars. So a Stormlander gave you that one.
Typical Stormlander propaganda.
Yeah. And then some Reach guests gave you some kind of anti-Stormlander stuff. Like a book about Storm's End, and stuff like that. So, which is a subtle kind of jam, So yeah, but yeah, so you did get a copy of Red Sands from a Stormlander, just kind of passive aggressively tossing shade at the Reach. But yeah, so as Julian Corgile makes his way over, there's a bit of muttering and all that, and he just walks right up and challenges Guyard Morrigan.
Oh Jesus!
Okay.
Uh,
There's
and,
no respect now. It's just
and,
whoever wants it.
and it's like you could tell, like, and he actually pauses dramatically for a moment, like he's thinking about challenging Parman Crane, the only Reach Knight there. And you guys see Sir Parman look pretty serious, like this is my chance. I can avenge. Like I will stand for the Reach in this challenge, and then instead, kind of sardonically, he challenges Guyard Morrigan instead. And the two of them go at it, and Guyard Morrigan. Sorry, were you still writing a bet?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It was just X. That was all.
I'm trying to give everybody enough time.
No, it's fine. Yeah, like, I was already typing, so I put money on Morgan.
Okay. Guyard Morrigan takes it on the second pass. So he is a bit more of a repute as a tourney knight, and it looks to serve him well. Waiting in the wings is Sir Aaron Corgile, younger brother of Sir Julian. And he's armored up and like squiring for his brother. And then as soon as that joust is over, he makes his way from like right there on the end of the tourney field to the champion seat. And you can see Guyard Morrigan stop. Like he's on his way back to sit down, and he's like, "Are they really gonna fucking do this?" Uh, and they don't. Instead, Sir Aaron does challenge Parman Crane, the Reach Knight. So the crowd is kind of muttering and holding their breath to see if they're just gonna like make Guyard Morrigan fight over and over and over again, and then instead they duped you with a different dick move. And Sir Aaron Corgile faces off against young Sir Parman Crane. Get your bets in.
Yep, done.
All right. You hear an almost ear piercing woo girl, just like in a concert, as Corgile's body hits the dirt on the
Nice.
first pass. Parman
Wow.
Crane nails him. That was a very
Nice.
lopsided quick roll.
I was not expecting it to be that decisive.
Me neither.
And it looks like Parman Crane has the look of a fellow that was about to spend a destiny point, right? Like he's like, I'm the only Reach Knight that's a champion here. You know, Lady Olena is here somewhere, and Loris Tyrell is watching. There's a Tyrell right there watching me joust this guy. So you could tell he took it very seriously.
He takes lots of things very seriously. He's a very serious young man.
He's a very serious guy. Yeah.
Yeah. But this time it actually kind of makes sense too.
Yes.
Like there's 1 second. I'm keeping track of who's losing also. So even when there's a clear victor, I got to stop and type some stuff. Our next jump cut is to one of the Westermen, Robert Brax, who squares off against D6 -1. Let's do this randomly. Okay. He
no.
challenges Oris Waters.
Oh, the fool!
Yeah.
The fool!
And remember, Oris did kind of humiliate the Westerlands at the tourney in King's Landing. Along with it being the squire to King Robert, but it was the Lannister that he plowed into the mud in front of everybody. So maybe some Westerlanders might have a bit of a bone to pick. Get your bets in.
Yeah. Mm. What's like how far? Or you? I'm actually, I'm not as sure as I thought I was.
Were you gonna ask how much like you're allowed to bet? You're like,
Yeah.
I wager
All
Wyvern,
in.
I wager Wyvern's rest. No,
Well, Oris told me to like put all my money on him, and
Right.
I claim to trust him.
well, and Robert Brax's brother, Flement Brax, who is wed to a Frey, like it's a Westerland, so he's got
Oh,
money. It's his brother that's jousting. He's got skin in the game, and he's wed to a Frey, which meant a pretty decent like dowry and stuff. Like you could probably get a pretty big bet out of him.
okay. I'm going to do that then. Is big like 1 gold or 5 gold? Like how big is big?
How big? What's the largest that you would ask for?
How
like
many
out of
thousand
character?
miller Oruses is he?
I like because like this isn't like the King's Landing tourney. I would probably not go further than 5 gold.
Okay.
Because that's what I've kind of got basically.
He looks, I don't want to say like apologetic, but he actually, yeah, he makes kind of a rueful joke. He goes, alas, I am the third son. How about 3 gold?
3 gold it is then.
So he just had a little less to wager. I figured I'd roll a d6, and that's how many gold he had.
All right,
Was my plan. Because I'm like,
Yeah.
he's from the Westerlands. They get plus 20 wealth. Fuck it, like they should. Like it's pretty gross. By gross, I mean hilarious and fun. We made a Westerlands house for a tabletop game, and I'm like, this is great. Like I can just do whatever. So it was pretty fun. So yeah, he will wager 3 gold with you, and then.
It's like 210 silvers to a gold. Is that right?
Yeah, so 630 silver stags
Yeah.
on your silver aurochs. So Robert Brax squares off against Oris the Aurochs, and it will take the second pass for Oris to unhorse him. As was Oris's pattern in King's Landing, you guys are attentive enough, either skilled enough at the joust or you just pay enough attention to Oris, that he rides defensively on the first pass and kind of takes his foe's measure.
Yeah.
So second pass works out pretty well. So 1 second. Held against Robert Brax. And Flement pays you with a kind of rueful grin. He's like, duh, I told him not to challenge the big one. Well, brother's lot's never done. And he trots his way over.
And
And,
certainly your support for your brother is commendable, even if it is ill-advised against the Aurochs.
I
well,
also warned my brother about Auroch related matters, but he doesn't listen.
let's see if House Brax can win that back, huh? And he gives Addam a pretty good-natured little nudge, and then he trots off and challenges Sir Parman Crane, who's the most normal person to challenge. Guyard Morrigan, it's a little shady because he's had to fight back-to-back already, so at least Parman got a little bit of rest. But yeah, like Morrigan and Crane are kind of the most safe to fight. So our next cut is Flement Brax, third son, who's up against Parman Crane of Red Lake. Get your bets in.
Yeah.
Parman Crane.
All right.
Yeah, I'm putting it on Parman.
Parman's really done well for himself.
Yeah.
It is a close fought thing. The Westerlander clearly, like even these second and third sons, you could tell all their shit's castle forged. Right? Like you guys have a pretty good armorer here. You know what to look for. Right? And all their stuff is castle forged. Their horses are amazingly well bred. The horses are comparable to the horse flesh from the Reach. that's probably where they bought it, but like their gear is all top notch, and it's pretty good stuff. But on the fourth pass, Sir Parman emerges victorious from
Yeah!
a well-aimed
Go
blow.
Parman.
All right. So, Adam, I need you to talk to Sir Parman for me.
Yes. What do you want me to say to him that you can't say to him yourself?
Everything.
Oh, you want me to apologize for you not picking his sister? Is that it? You want me to take that hit?
I want you to be within sword range when that happens. Yes, not me.
Right, okay, well, those are two different things. Like, do you want me to actually break the news, or do you want me to be nearby when you
No,
do?
I'll fucking tell him. Just kidding, but I'll tell him.
I think he
Would
just
you like?
wants.
Would you like me to bring my bow?
I want to be out of this as much as possible, but that's not going to be a possibility. So,
He's gonna be like, Maester, send a raven to the courtyard.
yeah.
Well, I suppose I owe Mary an apology for failing to win your hand for her, so I might as well be nearby for the other side of that conversation.
Marion is a amazing woman.
Yes.
This is not the one who won my heart. So,
Yeah, she hasn't jousted.
There's a bit of a disturbance over at the viewing pavilion with Reyna, which might give you guys just the time you need.
What?
The three Fossaway boys, Tanton, Brian, and Edwin, have approached the Lady Reyna together, and they are bickering even as they do so about which of them will get to speak. And then they stop for a moment, and you see them. They turn, and they play a quick round of leaves, apples, knives to see which of them gets to go. And then Sir Brian Fossaway gives the Lady Reyna a perfectly gracious bow. And he says, "My lady, there is a disagreement between honorable knights and also my brothers as to which of the three of us should be allowed to challenge next. I wonder if perhaps we might borrow your tourney ground to settle the matter between us so that we will know which order we are allowed to challenge the champions in." Nope. Push to talk.
Absolutely. I
yeah,
think
just
that
break
is
them all.
that is the best way to handle it. I mean,
So the three of them are then going to bicker about which two of them are going to joust each other and which of them gets the pass. And so they're going to be at it for a while. So you guys have your chance to probably go talk to Parliament.
Really, once Adam sees that there is an opportunity, he will just like sweep off to do that rather than.
Yeah. So, yeah, despite all the talk, Luke is going to find Meredith Crane herself and just tell her directly.
oh,
That seems like the honourable thing to do.
Yes, and when Luke dies from this, avenge his death.
Well, don't worry, brother. I will be right behind you, about 5 or 6 paces behind you.
I'm in a good place because I think also Luke would be fairly drunk at this point if he's going to do this.
Yeah, that's. Would you like me to hold the wineskin while you break it to her?
No.
Yes. I'll come with.
I think it would be more appropriate if you weren't swilling from it while you talk to her.
Agreed. Yes. I'll drink first, and then you bring it with us. And
Mary Crane is easy to spot. She is right over there with the trio of Reach Maidens, who are all giggling and another about the trio of dashing young Fossaway knights, except for Eleanor Tyrell, who you may recall is betrothed
engaged.
to young Alan Ambrose. But yeah, so she's over there with all the Reach Maidens and a couple of the Reach ladies. And again, Mary's kind of riding herd on the younger ones. So like she's between the youngest and the ladies. And you can tell that some form of maiden radar, Madar, if you will,
Mm.
let them all know when Luke was approaching, because several of the girls are like, ooh, as Luke comes over, and then they all give very appropriate little curtsies, and they elbow one another until they back away a little bit, and
Uh,
politely turn their backs to look other places, giving
Luke
you and
will
Mary a bit of space.
Luke will bow. It's an
I,
honor that I perhaps do not deserve after my recent losses of the joust, but
Sir,
Mary, may we talk?
she gives you a little curtsy. Sir, as I am a guest in your home, I suppose it's entirely up to you, she says with a pert little smile. Be a little snark meister.
Then we will talk.
by the way, Addam
Uh,
bowed as well, just so you don't think he's being rude. Please, just stay
Uh,
quiet.
a few of those Reach Maidens are casting sideways glances over their shoulders at the dashing young Addam the Archer.
Ooh.
Hey, this isn't about me. This is about you.
I mean, Dad's right.
I'm merely here to be an assuaging balm for any hurt feelings.
Walk with me for a moment, Mary.
Very well. And
I'm-
she unfolds her fan, and pauses for a moment next to you.
I give her a little smile. She's quite the pretty girl, isn't she?
Yes. And she gives you another good-naturedly impatient and glances downwards towards your arm.
I take it.
There we are. Thank you, sir. And she hooks her arm in yours. All right. And she will walk where you will.
Mary, your letter, of course, blew me off my feet, and you're fantastic. But you deserve the truth and reality. The Lady Valader has won any heart that I may have. I need to tell you personally before I told anybody else, your brother, etc.
Well, I'm sure that Red Lake will be quite cross not to be rid of me quite so easily. But I wish you and the Lady Valena all the best.
I wish you the same, and if you ever need a friend or an ally, contact me.
My condolences to your family, of course. You'll be having a riding accident tomorrow.
You know,
no.
Mary,
And she
that's-
tries to give you
that's fair.
this fierce glower.
I might give her a little smile. That's quite fair.
These things happen, I'm told.
Indeed. And it's often not a woman. Women use poison, I hear. So,
No, that's Dornishman, I recall.
well, yeah, we're closer to the woman than most men, I suppose.
That is how the song goes. But I think they mean it in a different way, Luke.
Oh dear.
Mary, you're fantastic. If I could take multiple wives, I would. But so far, I'm not in that position.
Bold of you to think more of one of us would want in, but
Right.
I love her.
I suppose if the first wife was comely enough. Oh well, just a hypothetical, I suppose. And then she hides her face behind her fan.
Well,
You could
if
tell there's a shit-eating grin behind there.
I see little reason why you to be single after so many years, but if so, and I sit upon the throne, I'll let you know.
It will be nice of the Lady Valena to let you call yourself King Consort. Yes, she seems a gracious sort.
You're not wrong. I dread this conversation because I dreaded this decision. Thank you for making it a bit of a jest and fun. I don't deserve anything else from you, but thank you.
It's no problem, Luke. You are charming enough, and I'm sure that you will make a fine husband. But I think perhaps you will not mind if I explain I'm a bit relieved that you'll be trying it out on someone else. Girls talk, and my brother was a bit concerned.
Well, you can tell him he's nothing to be concerned about then.
I hope that his concerns are ill-founded, and you and the Lady Velena seem a fine match. And she gives you another kind of genuine curtsy.
Luke returns the gesture. He genuinely likes this girl. This isn't like just bullshit. And unfortunately, he has to pick one. So
It is unfortunate.
Well,
Very...
and she kind of gathers herself, and the sincerity goes away again, like immediately. You know, it's like she meant it, and then she immediately starts to jape again. She goes, "Walk me back over towards that handsome little brother of yours."
I shall. And if anybody asks, you feel free to make up all sorts of nasty stories about me. I can handle it.
I don't need to make them up, dear. Only repeat them.
Yeah, or repeat. It's the same word. It's but the same thing. I want to give her a little squeeze of the arm, just kind of a moment of what could have been, and then I'll escort her back.
Thank you for not going, like that was he'd be wasted on
He
you.
fucking loves the bitches. He's all about that.
Yeah, you think
Is it about you, Addam?
If you think I'm not the marrying sort, you just
Ooh,
wait.
that guy.
He goes.
I only caution you because he's done with women so fast.
Goes through the ladies like you wouldn't believe. So all right. She seems to be in pretty good spirits about it. You're sure that somewhere there's some disappointment about not being wed again, but she hasn't been yet. So you think maybe it's just that a lot of guys don't want a clever, quick-witted wife.
I do.
Like she looks like a fantastic marriage, right?
He thinks too much.
But when they
spend, idiots.
Yes, but spending time with her makes a lot of them just go like, no, like I want a dumb and pretty one, right? Like, and that's not Mary. So
yeah, this is Luke gets this, and he also doesn't get it because this is 10 out of 10. He would totally be on this if there wasn't related to him. And he'll escort her back and say, and give her a little bow and leave her to be. And he said he'd give kind of like a sort of fake, like being upset, so she can tell her girlfriends anything she wants, and it will seem appropriate. He's a little upset though, so it's not completely fucking made up.
Yeah, no,
okay. And she does a little bit of again, it's played up for laughs, but she does a very appropriate older lady head tilt of I will not be sharing the contents of the conversation. Right? Just like she would do, no matter what the hell you guys talked about. Like she'd be playing up that same stuff and not immediately giving in to the gossip girls and telling them what happened. So she's play acting the same as she would have no matter what the conversation was. And that is how you leave them.
I can imagine her. Oh, he said that he can't run away and form a mercenary company with me because his wife won't let him.
I don't know if Lena might let him. I'm okay with that.
Actually, turning it into a fantastical story for fun.
I mean, I'm 100% there with you. So as we walk away, I want to kind of nudge Nudge Addam. Well, 1 down, 2 to go.
Well, you appear unscathed and alive.
I'm really not, though, brother.
Oh. Would you like to drink some wine about it?
Yes.
Well, have a sip from this while we go and find Miranda.
Okay, but what do you plan to do, brother?
Stand in the back. Stand in the
no.
background and be supportive.
I don't mean that. I mean, your heart's on the line, but other issues are. What do you plan to do?
About my heart? I'm sorry. I'm a little confused as to what you're asking me.
Grandfather expects you to marry one of the suitors, right?
That's
And
funny.
I assume from that sound you don't want to.
Well, you've met me, brother. You know me. Of course.
I know you're not into that.
I
still don't understand why a match like Sorella be your desires.
We've spoken a little about what shape that might take. But
do you think even pretending might mean some statement of your heart that you can't take back? Because I get but
well, no, it's not that the subject has not been broached. I have spoken both with Lady Allison and with Sorella, and I have written a letter to Lady Shella this morning. But Lady Shella I had to give a more definite response to, just because she is not here to discuss things with. But I've not given a decision to Sorella or Allison yet.
brother.
I mean, I will, but I spoke to Grandfather yesterday, but I couldn't really summon up the wherewithal to actually discuss the matter. I've been avoiding it, understandably.
So when I discussed things with Lady Valena, I let her know it may be a possibility that I may be required to father any children for you.
Oh, I see. Oh, right. Well,
I'm not saying that should instantly make you decide something, but I did already have that awkward conversation.
Well,
he already did it.
I wish you had.
She's cool with it. With some.
I suppose then I can probably put your mind at ease at least, and then in saying that will not be necessary.
I already had the weird conversation. Fucking some random chick is not then causing me some additional stress.
And that's admirable, I suppose.
I don't know if it is, but my point is the weirdness already happened.
I mean, I was searching for an adjective, and that was the best I could come up with at the time.
Thank you. Thanks for helping me with my chores, big brother.
Yeah.
I think
let me rephrase.
What I mean to say is I appreciate your unwavering support. But I
like the way you said that.
I do not intend to marry someone who's going to require to be impregnated.
Okay, super would have wished you told me that yesterday.
I wish you'd asked me yesterday.
If you will impregnate your future bride, I guess we could talk about that more often, but I just assumed.
Well, I mean, you didn't ask me about that at all.
I just assumed we were doing you a favor.
No, I appreciate that. That's
okay. That's just better.
I appreciate you trying to help, but yes, on reflection, I don't think I'll be.
Okay, and you can make it up to me. If perchance some arrow were to, I don't know, hit the heart of one of Lady Valeda's boyfriends, that would be fair.
Murder a future rival. I think I can marry that. Marry that?
First of all, rival?
Marry-
Rival? No. Murder, strong word.
I thought
Arrange-
it was
arrange-
an exception to the word rival.
Well, I do, but also murder, kind of strong there.
Arrange for an unfortunate accident. How does that sound?
Arrows happen.
They certainly do.
Okay. That's not the point. If you don't need that, that's the point. I just kind of wished I would have
No.
opened up Lady Valeda that way.
No, I certainly I can tell you definitively that I do not intend to marry Lady Alicine, and I don't think Sorella's interested in familial matters in that way. I think she's. I think children would be an impediment to her adventures.
Okay.
And
Good point.
Lady Shell-
Good point.
And Lady Shell has made it quite clear that even if she were in a position to do so, she's not interested in doing so.
The point is, grandfather will expect some match, and will expect some outcome from that match.
Let me worry about grandfather.
Oh,
Since
I
I'm-
am, but I'm asking you, like, have you decided what you want to do with that?
I think I might have. I probably need the rest of today to continue worrying about it, but I'll since the first of my answers has already flown away north. I should probably tell him by just if nothing else to get out in ahead of that, because he's going to find
Tell
out
me,
anyway.
Robert. Does an
Well-
unfavorable match bother you so much that you won't do it?
It's not that they're unfavorable matches. There's nothing wrong with any of them as people or.
Well,
their-
I don't, of course, mean that. I just, I know
well-
none of them will align to your heart, but
No, I know that. It's not just that. I think it's also that I have only begun to live the life that is a life that's mine. So I don't. I think even if I were that way inclined, I don't think I would feel ready at this point.
I don't know who ever feels ready, but that's fair. Would you align with some unpleasant foreign power if it made for a good match?
What?
I mean, it depends on how unpleasant and which power. That's a very, very broad question. I certainly intend. I certainly intend to do everything that I can, to protect and further the needs of the house. But I don't believe that I necessarily need to be married to do that, or at least not necessarily married right this instant. Especially since my three older siblings have chosen fine matches. I think personally that buys me a little bit of time.
One hopes, but if no marriage match will find you the happiness you want, is it worth waiting for one that does the impossible? Like, I don't see how that happens.
I'm not. I mean, you assume that that I want the impossible.
I think you do want the impossible, but I'm okay with that. But
I suppose that in a way, think about it this way. I feel that grandfather is putting all of his proverbial eggs into one proverbial basket, and I think that there is a case to be made for having one of us in reserve things arise.
A single basket composed of 4 baskets.
Oh, you're mangling the metaphor.
Oh, I'm confused with the metaphor. What's a single basket?
What I mean is that with 3 of you with advantageous marriages, that it might be prudent to have one of us be unmarried, so that if a future alliance is urgently needed, then there is someone available to do that.
I suppose I could see that as a possibility.
It's just like here's the thing. Like, grandfather said to me yesterday that there are threats to the house that he doesn't want to tell us about. Well, his words were that they need not concern us, and I disagree with him.
Well, you. He was speaking to you, yes?
Yes, he was speaking to me privately, and that concerns me greatly.
But
So
not, apparently.
So I'm thinking that there may be eventualities in the future where we may need to quickly make an alliance that we haven't currently planned for. In which case, having someone in the family who is unmarried might not be such a bad thing.
Do you think grandfather hasn't considered that option?
I actually don't think he has. I think he seems.
Well, you're
I
the
think he seems-
youngest. If one were
I
to be
think
kept in reserve, it would be you.
exactly.
Have you
So
spoke to him about that?
no, but I'm going to.
Because it seems like a really obvious thing he would have considered.
I mean, possibly, but he also. I mean, don't you think it's odd that he is very doggedly invested in his 16-year-old grandson being married when he's the fourth in line?
No.
It seems a little unnecessary to me, and
Okay.
it also happens to align with what I want anyway.
But it sounds like you just don't want to do it, and you are finding reasons why that's good.
Well, the thing is, when I say I don't want to do it, he's going to want to know why, and I'm going to have.
Okay, well, he's not here. Do you want to do it?
No, I don't.
Okay. Don't you think it's convenient that all your ideas involve you not doing it?
I think you're accusing me of something.
Yes,
That is-
coming up with convenient ideas. Yeah.
Well, when that's what he does. Don't, like, how about how about the idea to fight the Ironwoods? That was convenient. That was a thing we wanted to do anyway. That could be called a convenient idea. Just because you agree with a thing doesn't mean that it's necessarily nefariously convenient.
Yes, I did not state that though. You did just now.
I was just giving you an example.
Okay.
I'm
Brother, I'm
confused.
going to tell you from a brother. Whatever you want in your heart, I will help you do.
Well, you did say that yesterday, so that's why I'm a little confused by this line of questioning.
Well, that's because it really sounds to me like you are finding every excuse possible to avoid this.
Well, I suppose that is true. Would you rather that I went to grandfather and just said no to him and didn't give any reasons or alternative paths?
What happens to you and grandfather is very little concern to me because I have no control over it.
No, I'm
I would prefer
just
the family itself be on the same page, yes.
ideally, but I would hope that you can appreciate the very real need to
My issue isn't that you are considering that. It's that you have put so much weight on some hypothetical scenario where you being unmarried is good, but
Well,
you don't put the same weight to any potential alliance you being married actually might be.
I wouldn't
I
say
know
that
you don't want to be. Like, I get that.
I wouldn't say I've put terribly much weight on it. I'm simply saying that these are reasons that I can give to counter whatever grandfather objects to.
Okay,
Um,
but
what-
are
what-
these
my point was that I can offer things that may assuage him somewhat, that I'm not making that decision lightly, and that I'm not turning my back on the house or anything. Unless, I mean, I would hope that he wouldn't demand that.
Well, what grandfather demands is another issue, but it does kind of feel like you're putting Addam's wants in front of the house's needs.
Wow. I feel like grandfather is putting his wants above my needs.
I think his wants, though, are for the good of the house.
Well, he certainly thinks they are.
Yeah, he does. You're not wrong, and he may be mistaken. But I do have reason to believe he may be right.
Is it good for the house to alienate me, though? Is it good for the house to make me resent him?
I don't know. Is being asked your duty going to alienate you or make you resent him?
Absolutely. If he forces my hand, then I will.
Does he know that?
If he forces my hand in this matter, I will consider him no better than a common tyrant.
Does he know that?
No, because I haven't spoken to him.
So he just thinks that he has another grandson who's going to play ball for the good of the house. He doesn't realize you feel that strongly for it. Whether your feelings are justified or not is a whole nother debate that I don't feel capable of having. But
well, yes, because I intend to talk. I'm not going to just barge in and make demands of him. I intend to hopefully have an honest but loving conversation. Well,
take it from somebody else who has a hard time talking to grandfather, honestly. I don't think the old man reads minds. I don't think he sees dreams. I think he just is working the way he thinks things need to work. And if you can be honest with him, be honest with him.
Well, I fully intend to.
All right then.
This is very confusing. I'm not sure if you're cross with me or something.
No. So I'm slightly annoyed. I'll be honest, brother. I'm slightly annoyed that you. I think grandfather would have his way to find some very amicable marriage matches that you could take while still being you. I think you're just putting them out of hand. So I will say I'm a little cross with that. That is fair. That said, I will go to bat for you any day. I just think grandfather knows that.
I mean, he might. It depends on whether you've told him or whether he has picked that up about you.
Told him what? Your heart's desire? I don't know if he knows that.
What I need to say is that I think just because you haven't seen me speaking out about it very much doesn't mean that I'm dismissing them out of hand. I've thought of nothing else for the past 4 days.
All right, that's probably fair. I probably would be too quick to dismiss you if I said such things, and I apologize.
Do
you think you can't be happy with one of these marriage matches? You can't be you. You can't take a lover you fancy or whatnot, whatever you find a happy scenario.
It's a bit complicated. I don't
Yeah.
I don't think I would necessarily definitely be miserable, but I wouldn't be being myself, and I think that's that in every conversation I've had with myself or with anyone else or with the Seven, it always comes back to that am I being true to myself?
You are Dornish. Do you think you could live with a marriage match while still being open about who you are? I think Dorn would support you. Most of it, anyways.
I think that's very possible, and were I 10 or 20 years older, I would probably have a lot less difficulty making this decision.
But you don't know you could do it now.
But I came of age a few days ago, and I feel that I deserve at least the same amount of time you have had to live your life as yourself.
I am such a bad example, though, brother.
Our sisters, then. You know, that's.
I will support you, though, but you need to make your intentions known to grandfather. I will stand with you if needed.
And I'm going to. I will speak to him this evening. Then, if that
Do
will.
you wish me to also be there?
No, it's probably better if it's private. I think
It is, but he will know. He will know you have support from me if I am there.
Well, perhaps if you arrived with me but didn't necessarily stay for the whole thing. But I mean,
brother, I can escort you to any meeting, but that's as far as it's going to go.
I think what I mean is I honestly don't know because I don't know how he would interpret that.
I don't either.
I can certainly make it known that that you support me. Though
what you need to do is talk to Raina. I am as an outsider here as anybody. It feels like Raina, though, grew up with grandfather. He never sent her away.
Well, I mean, what would be the point in talking to her then if I'm not going to be able to convince her?
Who knows if you can or cannot? She knows him, though, is what I'm saying.
She does. And, well, perhaps I'll speak to them both together. I might as well die by firing squad rather than...
That idea sounds terrible, but you do you, brother.
That idea sounds awful, says Luke.
Look, right.
If you can't be happy with these marriage matches, you need to tell grandfather now. I think they're as generous as they're going to get.
Understood. For now, shall we say that I will deal with it today in whatever form that takes, and we'll see what happens.
Luke is walking up this place and raises his hand in the air and be like, however you want. Fucking Lee Bayla stole the whole fight her fiance thing. Motherfucker.
Do you...
Seven hell, I want to do that.
I'm sure Valerian would still fight you if you asked, but would you still like me to come with you when you speak to Miranda, or do you feel like you can do this one on your own?
Fucking Miranda. I thought I had put the spotlight off that.
Yes, you distracted me quite cunningly there by asking me about an uncomfortable subject, but...
God damn it. I'll talk to Miranda in the morning.
All right. For what it's worth...
I don't think Miranda is a maiden, gleefully hiding behind her veil, waiting for my yes, but she's still a friend, and she deserves an answer.
She does. And for what it's worth, I think she will be very understanding about it. As long as you don't say something really untoward.
So say nothing, got it.
Well, not nothing, just the way you broke it to Mary was fine. So if you just do the same thing, it'll be alright.
Fucking broke my goddamn heart. Goddamn Mary. Or she can overthrow all these assholes and just fucking declare me king.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
Yeah, for legal reasons, it's a joke.
Well, you know what? I would back your play, brother. You have my bow.
Fucking nuts. That's no small bow either.
No,
I'll put you and Elliot behind me, but who knows what I can conquer.
The whole realm.
Or in waters, at least.
You concern yourself too much with him.
He bothers me. He bothers me so much.
Is it because he's nicking your act?
A little bit, yeah.
I suppose I can understand that somewhat, but I don't think he even notices. So it may be.
Energy. Don't say that. That's worse.
Challenge him to a duel.
Don't fucking say he doesn't notice.
Fight him then.
I mean, if I can ever fight him sober, I will.
Fight drunk. It doesn't matter.
I still find him. He said that to Elia. You saw that?
Well, I suppose it was heavily implied.
Like you saw that makes it kind of creepy. But go ahead. Sorry.
There's
Yeah.
certainly evidence to suggest that they have been at some point involved. But, well, I mean, that's her business. She's a grown up. She
I
knows what she
hate
wants.
everything about it. Can I just say that? I hate everything about it.
Well, I mean, I can't fight him, so. Well, I mean, I suppose I technically could, but I'm not as good as you with a sword. I'm at best average.
Sword rarely wins the battle.
Well, I mean, get a ship and fight him with ships. I don't know what you want.
I don't have any fucking ships yet.
Right, take another
Although
drink.
Ghost Hill does have a good-sized port.
There you are. You could be a captain of the Saucy Sue someday, or whatever you want to call your ship.
Stew.
Big Booty Judy.
Why did
Sorry,
nobody ask Big Booty Judy what her opinion is?
that last one was like an out of character joke. Sorry.
So Luke will leave at this point since clearly Addam was fine on his own.
I mean, I think that's an overstatement, but.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
it is definitely 100%.
we
Yeah.
have to draw it to a close at some point.
So, meanwhile, across the tourney ground, because I figure you guys have just been walking and talking like furiously back and forth
Yeah.
out of earshot for a while. The Fossaway boys have finally decided what order they are going to let one another challenge in. And then 1, 2, 3 in a row, they lose to Lyle Craig Hall. Back
Wow.
to back to back. And like you can tell that they were getting ready to challenge different people. And the strong boar was just like, come on, I'm already on my fucking horse. And just was really able to just goad the next couple and just very quickly he has spitted 3 apples on his lance. Name of his sex tape. But yeah, he's Brian, then Edwin, then Tanton Fossaway line up and are knocked down by the strong boar. And they're all like good sports about it. Like once they're done bickering, they like help each other out, right? Like and they turn into like best friends and brothers again. And you know they're all just kind of laughing as they lose. Like oh, he's a bigot, and like just like they didn't believe it when their brother lost to him, and like oh no, it turns out he's good at this, right? So they're all and like pretty good natured about it once they're all done bickering with one another about who gets to go. And with that, though, the sun is pretty high in the sky, and the jousting crowd is just all in good spirits because it was almost like a good-natured comedic act there at the end with the Fossaways just kind of lining up and getting knocked down, um, and then uh, the strong boar, still on his horse, yells down to John Fossaway, who laughs it off affably. He's like, "Oh, no, friend. I'm from New Barrow. They're from Cider Hall." Nope, like that. I've no quarrel with you, and I wouldn't wish my wife to see me hurt. And he, you know, like just waves over to the side because his wife is hanging out. And there's a bit of a sibling rivalry between the 2 branches of House Fossaway, you know, in a good-natured way. Um, and he just like laughs off the challenge in a way that doesn't make him sound like a coward and doesn't make the strong boar sound like a bully. It's just everybody comes away just kind of laughing about the antics. And then it's time for the archery finals. Just as the Nymerian boys get back into the fray, it's about time to head over to the archery field. And so, you may recall we had the semifinals last episode, and what we are down to is Lady, uh, well, I guess the lady slash sir of Sandstorm Tower, uh, Elia Sandstorm. We have Sorella Sand,
And Elia.
Right.
a sand snake, who are all known to specialize in various weapons.
Sorella.
Sorella is a prodigy with her exotic darkwood double curve
All you
bow.
sand women.
Sir Balin Swan, who has
Ooh.
a large and powerful longbow,
That's our
not
future.
not like most longbows.
Right. So
He's got a big in the Stormland Archer style that he has bent with alacrity and accuracy in equal measure.
go after his Darlands.
And then there is little Robert Frey, who has
Aww.
a pretty nice new bow that was a gift from some of your lowborn archers and stuff that kind of took him under his wing.
Yeah.
And like the small folk archers are absolutely cheering on Robert Frey, and every single one of them is like, just like I told you, lad, right? Like they're all out to take the credit for him being in the finals, and stuff like that.
Where is Alisane?
Which one?
Mormont.
Okay, because there is it's Alysanne Bulwer, and then you've got Alysanne Mormont. Yeah, she is standing there with the small folk archers. She seems a little more comfortable with them. And she's over there hooting and hollering, and she's like, "Oh, there he is! There he is!" Like they're gonna mistake him for Sorella Sand or Balin
If
Swan.
Robert Frey
Right?
wins this,
Like,
and Elias is gonna like steal
but-
him.
so,
But
so,
Nugget- Badnug is just given 2 destiny
yeah.
points.
See that? Okay.
Oh no,
See
little
how that
Robert
goes?
is definitely gonna
Uh,
get a fuck by an Elia now.
What?
I
No, stop that.
She's stealing him.
she's not like the prize of the archery contest. I was like, what are you? You're really resentful about all these other people having sex with your aunt. I think you need to talk to someone about this, Robert.
But
I
not
need a
me.
psychologist, but I don't. They're already in town, so
So, um, so those are the final four, and little Robert is like trying to basically act like Balin Swan. Like he's trying to like just like like stand like Sir Balin on the way out. Like when he walks out, uh, and you can tell he's kind of like latched on to Sir Balin as big burly dude that's good with a bow, and nobody gives him shit for it being like a small folk thing or not useful out of war, right? And it makes sense, you know. So he is blushing furiously out there. Aunt Elia looks completely casual about the whole thing. Like, oh, I just sauntered out here to shoot my bow a little bit, and oh, I forgot there's other people here, right? Sorella is almost copying Aunt Elia that way, but she has that distinct flavor of sand snake confidence that's like, yes, I know there's a contest. I just know the contest is a formality because I've already won because I'm a sand snake and this is my thing, right? So you've got both of the Dornish women oozing casual confidence. Sir Balin Swan, who's like, you know what? I got betrothed this morning. While the Fossaway boys were duking it out over who gets to get eaten by a boar, I was helping my betrothed out of her armor, and nobody noticed that I was gone for about an hour and 15 minutes.
Wait,
And like, he's
that's
just like,
more time than it takes to
he's
get out
like,
of armor.
he's like, I'm having a pretty good day. I know how good I am with a bow. I know that these are at longer ranges, and maybe that'll favor my longbow. Focused. I'm taking it seriously. Everything is looking good. So there's varying levels of confidence on display, and more importantly, varying styles of confidence on display in kind of an interesting way.
Are we allowed to bet on this final?
You are. Which of you is announcing, like, when it starts? Because, like, Rain is here.
This is Adam's baby.
Lena?
What?
Raina's the ranking Nymerian, but if Raina says that I do it, then I do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what I was like Rain is here, so probably it could or should be her. But everybody also knows that it's Addam the Archer. So, like, if he's wanting to, nobody will think it's odd.
Right.
If he
It would be a nod to Adam. This is his thing.
takes point.
Okay. So, like, is this just telling them when to start shooting, or?
Yeah, basically, it's just the formality of being the kind
Pew,
of
pew.
the
Yeah.
caller here.
I think Adam's going to make like a particularly fancy show of it by like drawing like his fine handkerchief out and waving and like doing like a wave for them to start. Like sort of holding it in the air, holding it in the air, and then yeah.
All right. Before, like, Aunt Elia could always tell when you were about to relax your string fingers and let the arrow loose. And you just she just had this sixth sense about it while she was teaching you. And in a way, after you started to notice it, her turning her head to get ready to watch the flight became almost your cue to shoot, because it was just turned into like this cycle of she can tell when you are ready before you can even tell you're ready, and she could always predict it when you were about to shoot. And it looks like she still has that knack, because you're like wave, toss, or type of thing, right? And before you're even sure you're gonna toss it, she's reaching for an arrow. And just as the rest of the crowd notices that she's reaching for an arrow, it's flying. Just like that. And everybody kind of gets caught off guard by just the speed and the effortless power of those shoulders and back muscles. And she just just makes it look like she's plucking a thread instead of drawing back a war bow. And then, like, it takes a second to sink in, she misses her target by like 15 feet. Just like way overshoots it. And then she stops. And everyone's like, there's a bit of a ripple through the crowd, right? And then Sorella Sand gives her a nod, and she reaches for her arrows, and she takes a shot, and they're like taking turns. And Sorella's arrow is about a hand span away from where Aunt Elia's hit, overshooting by like 15 feet what the target that they're supposed to be shooting at. And then you notice an arrow go arcing in from Sir Balin Swan. And it's maybe half a hand span away. And while this is happening, little Robert Frey is focused. He's going arrow, knock, stance, draw. And he is shooting at his target. And he's good. None of his arrows are missing the posts by much. And basically, while this is going on, the three adults in that Sorella counts as an adult, like legally, they're competing against each other by seeing how close they can shoot to Aunt Elia's arrow, which is way past the targets. And they're just dicking around and having fun and showing off how tight a grouping they can get while Robert Frey wins.
Holy shit. Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
Neither was I.
I thought I was taking a long shot by betting on him.
And they throw. So yeah. And little Robert doesn't even pick up on it because he's focused. He's paying attention. His stuff. They're all behind him. He's here and shooting this way, and he looks pretty pleased, and his shots are fine. They would not have won probably against Elia, and in the semis he was the weakest of the four, but he's also like the newest shooting and the smallest and all that. And it's not until he puts his bow down and then he stops and he looks and he sees their targets don't have any arrows in them. And like he spins and you can hear him go, Sir Balin, I thought we were supposed to stop. Where are your arrows? Where's everyone's arrows? What's going on? And he's just like, like what's happening? Like, how did you guys all miss? Where are your arrows? What happened? And it clearly hasn't sunk in. So maybe the master of ceremonies for the archery contest needs to make this official.
Oh wait, that's me, isn't it?
Yep.
That's you, sir.
Oh, see, now I'm like, oh, like I mean, I can. I mean, like, I've got gold rating on this. I can't say that he didn't count, even though I'm like, you guys didn't. You threw it. That's like,
And Sir Balin, you guys can say, like he's giving an innocent shrug to Robert, and he's just like, when must it come? And there's this tight grouping of 9 arrows where Elia, Sorella, and Balin shot all 3, and it fits about like this. And they're from all arcing up, like they were having a great time, shooting as close to Aunt Elia's first casual shot as they could. But now they're all standing there looking completely innocent. Like, yeah, let's wait and see what the judge says.
So,
like, yeah.
I mean, I'm presuming that like Addam's empathy is high enough that he gets that they did that on purpose.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's none of the 3 of them would have missed by that much at all on accident. And then when archers are out to just play stack the arrows, right? And instead of shooting at a bullseye target, somebody makes a shot, and then you see how close to theirs you can get, right? Like exactly what they're doing. And it seems like everybody but Robert Frey does, because it just hasn't sunken in. And instead he's like, did I do so? I thought that's what we were supposed to shoot at, right? Like he's just like, oh shit, did I fuck up? Yeah, a little ball anxious.
The win goes to Robert Frey. Congratulations.
And like nobody can hear you finish, because as soon as you're like, the win goes to Balin's got him up and tosses the kid up onto his shoulders, and the girls are over there and they both give him slaps, and the archers, all your small folk, your units of archers that kind of took him out of the wing, rush the field, and little Robert is tossed around cheerfully up above everybody, and all the girls are melting. The little reach maidens are like, oh, and so everybody's having a great time cheering for little Robert Frey.
That's my boy.
That's what Alicent Mormont says, but she's bawling.
Right?
Says it.
Yeah, like I feel like Addam would probably like cast a glance at the other 3, like, I saw what you did there, but I'm not going to argue with you because you're all bigger than me. Well, no, Sorella isn't, but
yeah, not much. Like if she is, it's not by much.
We're like almost exactly the same age and kind of like about the same size.
Yeah. So there we
but
go.
Yeah, like yeah. Okay, like I'll allow it, but watch yourself.
And let's go ahead and call our episode on that uplifting note. As the crowd chants Rudy. Nobody knows why. But
Stop.
Robert Frey,
We all know, right?
so he gets he's lifted up and everyone's clamoring to congratulate him, and all that good stuff. And I think that's where our camera will pan out, on that cheering crowd,
That's good.
of
That's good.
happy faced little Robert Frey, being made champion of the archery contest of Wyvern's Rest.
I need to make sure that I need to make sure nobody sees me collect my winnings for that because it's going to look sus. Because I put an entire gold on him because I didn't think he was going to win. It was just like a show of support. So oops.
So we will call it there. Keep an eye out on our Discord, everybody, because we're not sure if we're going to be playing a regular episode in 2 weeks. There may or may not be some holiday stuff coming up. Some schedules are still in the air because it's 2020 and 2020 is a thing. So we will try to let people know on Discord ahead of time. Whether we see everybody in 2 weeks or not, it's going to be post-Christmas. So those of you that enjoy Christmas, please do so. Please be safe. Please get good gifts.
Excellent.
Please tip your Uber drivers with whatever takeout you order for Christmas dinner or whatever, right? So just everybody have a good last couple of weeks of 2020. Everybody stay safe out there. I don't want to get all political, but I hope none of you die. Wait, apparently that's a pretty radical leftist stance.
Yeah,
this
yeah.
year.
I see who's a hardcore communist now.
Yeah,
Can,
so
can,
just
I just, can I just add to like the morass of political comments and say Happy Hanukkah to those who keep it?
Happy
absolutely.
Hanukkah.
Wow,
so everybody
offended.
talk about your war on Christmas. So yeah, just everybody have a good next couple of weeks. And I
Please
hope
do.
that
Have
we are
fun,
all
everybody.
able to kiss 2020 goodbye safely and with warmth, despite any distancing that we should all be doing. So
As
have
it
a good
floats out to sea, we will shoot a flaming arrow at it because
Yes.
fuck 2020.
So everybody have a good one. Take care of yourselves. Wash your hands, all that good stuff. Treat yourself for the holidays. Don't forget to buy yourself something neato. I will be back here and streaming this week. As I mentioned at the start of the episode, I made the mistake of trying to upgrade my computer on a timetable, and I bought a bunch of cool stuff with Cyber Monday sales, and then just it didn't get to happen in time. But it's my hope that once I do get the new motherboard and stuff again, I'll be able to stream stuff like Cyberpunk 2077. So, and some Overwatch and a little more active stuff sometimes. So, but this week we're going to be going back to Shadowrun Hong Kong and some BattleTech and all that good stuff. So I hope to see everybody back here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, just like normal. And we'll try to get back in the swing of things with that. Anybody else got any streaming stuff coming up or any other stuff that you want to advertise? Now's the time.
I do not.
Yeah, I've got nothing going on in particular just now.
All right then. Everybody in chat, wish Erica that she feels better pretty soon, and we'll see everybody back here later on. So, thanks for coming
Bye,
by.
everybody.
Sorry,
A lot of fun.
this.
Night,
And,
guys.
we'll see y'all next time.